Hi. Hey. Hello. I can't barely move, or I would like even be more animated, but I can't move. Um it hurts to talk. Hi guys, it's Sunday. It's 11:30 in the morning. It's 104:25. That's January 4th, 2025. It's 72 degrees in my house and it's been raining all day and stuff, and I am here to have a very low key day because I'm basically under the weather. Yesterday morning, or not, well, yeah, yesterday morning, or no, the night before yesterday on the 2nd, I slipped in some mud on the way down the hill and I fucking bashed my whole body into the side of my left clavicle, which is a previous injury I had when I wiped out on a moped. And I've eviscerated the old injury, or whatever you call it. I've like aggravated the old injury, and the new one really sucks. It feels like somebody hit me in the back with a sledgehammers, is all I can keep thinking about. It really feels like somebody hit me in the back with a sledgehammer. It feels like the bones are broken, but they took x-rays and said they weren't. So, but it feels like somebody hit me in the back with a fucking sledgehammer. It feels like somebody stabbed me in the back with a knife. It hurts so bad. Even taking a breath in or coughing hurts so fucking bad. So I gotta admit, I'm just here. I'm kind of a piece of shit today. I'm not I'm just a piece of shit out here today. I'm not doing too well, and I'm gonna watch videos today and play X4 and Starfield and stuff. But I'm going to do so sort of fairly low key. Oh yeah, I ordered like 80 ships or something last night. I don't remember. Yep, and so here is the OBS disconnected for some reason. Did we DC? The hell? No. Okay, whatever that was, great. So, I mean, do you actually keep me going, though? I'll have to watch it. I think I'll just re-kick restop the, I'm gonna stop the kick and just start it again. Okay, I think we're okay. Sorry about that, had to disconnect for some reason. Loading X4 and Starfield. Yeah, I guess I'll run Starfield. I'm gonna do some drinking today, I think, because it's so much pain. It fucking sucks. I feel so bad. I feel hungover and shitty and fucked up like I fell. And just not too good. Anyways, so let's go about the business of watching a video. I just want to sit here, honestly.
And find about this situation with Erica Kirk. From the foothills of Romania to the fentanyl-laden streets of New York and everything in between. Because Erica Kirk is a very unique individual. Her name is echoing around the world, and yet no one knows her full story. Her husband was one of the most powerful men in politics, leading a huge portion of the youth, yet no one knows what his wife was speaking into his ear, and it would seem quite a bit. She is such a ball of hypocrisy and paradoxes and strange connections that I wager no one knows the answer to the most basic of questions about her. That being, who is Erica Kirk? So in this series, we're going to seek to find the answer to that question. And trust me, I would not have expected that the most basic question possible was going to take us so many episodes to get to. And I most certainly did not expect that it would leave me wondering if Charlie really was a contemporary Truman Burbank.
Tell me what's happening! You're part of this, aren't you?
With someone like Erica Kirk, who is both a liar and a chameleon, it can be very hard to nail down the facts about her from the years of 0 until her mid.
Wow, elite. Oh, L plus truth. L plus truth. I wonder what that is. What is Erica doing with her eyes?
Mid to late teens, very little is known about her.
What?
But we are going to go over the basic facts we can ascertain before moving ahead. On November 20th of 1988, she was born to Lori and Kent Francevy in Ohio. Her parents would divorce not too long after Erica was born, some stating within the same month that she was born, which is odd. After this, Erica lived with her mother, Lori, in Scottsdale, Arizona, and at the age of 17, Erica began a nonprofit named Everyday Heroes Like You, meant to serve orphans domestic and abroad, an organization that has since gained quite the infamous reputation we shall touch on as we continue. Other than that, we know that after high school, Erica attended Regis University in Denver, Colorado for some 2 years, playing both basketball and volleyball there, prior to making a return trip to Arizona, eventually graduating from Arizona State University. And she graduated with a degree in political science and international relations. During her last year or so of school, Erica, despite no confirmable experience in the pageant world, decided to take a swing at pageantry, entering the Miss...
Why are they all connected to the Miss America pageants? It's like that's where the bastions of the greatest beautiful women are, so they all get corrupted, so there's like a ton of corruption around it. Why are they all connected to beauty pageants? It's fucking weird.
USA circuit.
What happened to John Benet Ramsey? Was it these people? I think it probably was.
Erica competed in 2010, taking the runner-up place, and in 2011 winning Miss Arizona, which then allowed her to compete further on. More will be spoken on all this later, because it's not only really bizarre, but we found some new stuff that makes it even stranger. But as of now, these are just the facts as they stand. From that point on, Erica spent some 5 odd years living in New York, allegedly dating no one, which is a lie that we will also touch on. And during this time, though...
Why am I using my old mouse? That seems odd. Okay, I'll be right back. I switched mice for some reason. Now I'm gonna put them back. Don't know why. Oh.
She was building a clothing brand named Proclaim and having a...
Oh, my back. Ah. Oh. I remember now. I had to charge my mouse last night, so I brought this one in there. Now I remember. Oh, my back. You know, I just have 4 800 milligram aspirins and 4 200 milligram fucking fast release fucking Tylenols or whatever. And enough time hasn't passed where they're in my system. It's so annoying. It hurts so bad.
Devotional podcast named Midweek Rise Up. In 2018, she began dating Charlie Kirk, and in 2020,
This has affected my recording schedule. It's affected my life quite a lot. I don't think I'm going to drink ever again after these bottles are done. I'm definitely not rushing down that path ever again, and I'm learning that I'm not like fucking invincible and I can't take a fall like I used to. Or I'm out of it for like 3 or 4 days, 5 days, 10 days, something. I don't know how long it's already been too, and I think it's going to be more. I think it's going to be like a whole nother week before I feel better. It feels like I was in a fight with somebody with a sledgehammer. It feels like I should be in hospital bed with like pills, opiate pills, but they won't give them to me, and it's fucking annoying. They won't give me pills for this. I know they won't. Are
engaged, and in 2021 they get married. Allegedly they have 2 children as well, and that as it stands is the very basic level about Erica Kirk and her timeline. So now we can go on and add some color and really get into the interesting bits of information. Firstly, Everyday Heroes, the organization which Erica supposedly started to help children. It has been a jumping off point for many calling into question who Erica Kirk actually is, and understandably so, as we shall see. And I'm sure if you've done any research on Erica Kirk, you've probably heard of this. However, during research, I found some stuff I don't think I've seen anyone else talk about. So let's get into it. Firstly, raise your hand if you've started a nonprofit. Okay, what about one for orphans? And then what about one for orphans in foreign countries? And then on top of that, you did it at the age of 17. Okay, so now that no one's hand is left in the air, I'm gonna be the bad guy for the first of many times in this video and say, I don't think that this story is 100% true as to how it happened. I do believe the nonprofit is real. I just don't believe it was solely Erica Kirk and the goal of helping orphans. And that's not too hard to get behind, because if we look into Everyday Heroes, they have a program known as Romanian Angels. Romanian Angels was a group of Americans who went over to Romania to help children in orphanages over there, giving them things like Christmas presents and clothing and some essentials. But if you're Romanian or aware of Romania and American relations, you might know that Romanians aren't really comfortable with Americans and foreign assistance, because it hasn't gone well in the past. In a region located in the southeast of Romania, which also happens to be close to where this orphanage is located, there's an American military base. It's technically NATO, but let's be
probably not a mistake. Anyways, these fucking closed captions are huge. Can I fix them, please? English, auto-generated, options, white, font size is 400 for some reason. Makes no sense.
Honest, we foot the bill for the whole squad. And the base is named Mikhail, or however you say this word in Romanian, and it's been embroiled in controversy for many years. In fact, since...
You know, my first exposure to American politics was L. Ron Hubbard. Well, not to true American, like what's going on in the background, was L. Ron Hubbard's Mission Earth. It was Sultan Gris. And Sultan Gris had this like 15-year-old Turkish dancing girl who he got addicted to heroin so he could use her to sleep with American politicians. And there's this like storyline in Mission Earth about him like moving to an American army base in Turkey and places like Romania. And that's where he keeps this girl. He doesn't ever bring her out unless he wants to, like, use her. And she does terrible things to him because she hates him. And, like, it's weird, but I feel like I've heard this fucking story before, this whole Erica Kirk story. I heard it's one other place. I've heard the story that he's relating about this Turkish, this Romanian. Remember, isn't what's his name, the Andrew Tate going up for, he's going up for sex trafficking charges in Romania. And I swear to God, all of this stuff is connected. It's something about, like, since the 60s or the 70s, they've been using American army bases to sell little girls and little boys to fucking like cultural elite and rich businessmen and stuff. And they use the army base for cover, for like security, and so that nobody finds out.
Since its inception, it's had a
I've heard this story before, and it was a fucking science fiction novel written by a fucking pederast named L. Ron Hubbard. It's really weird that I heard this story once before when I was like 9 years old or something. It was the first time I read that book.
Terrible reputation with the locals, with involvement in crimes from drugs and weapons trafficking to things that are even worse, like human and child trafficking. Most specifically, the trafficking of local Romanian children for their usage in an on-base brothel where high-ranking military officials and other wealthy folks will go and do the most deplorable things to kids. Some of these children having been sold to the base, some of them having been stolen from the surrounding areas. This long history of this behavior came to a head when a former translator at the base named Anna Maria Nuciu came out and said that the man in charge of the base, Colonel Otto Buscher, had been in charge.
I've heard this name before, Otto Buscher.
Of stealing and selling these kids and pricing them and arranging some interactions, we'll call them. And we know this because she gathered a series of messages and even a DVD, all of which have been taken except for a couple screenshots. But all this information was acquired, and it discussed the things like the prices of children and places for them to be and apartments where they were going to meet for these behaviors. Yeah. awful stuff like that. And the way Anna got a hold of this information is because a computer came into her possession when hers stopped working, and the previous owner for whom she was borrowing it from was evidently kind of a troglodyte, it would seem, and he didn't delete the evidence that was on there, and it was sitting in word processors and emails on the computer, as well as other repositories. Literally all she had to do was open it up, and she was like, oh my goodness, they're selling kids. It's undeniable that it's happened, and it's also been covered up. And we know that it's been covered up because we have almost none of the materials except for these couple
This is how they always get caught. They forget that they're child molesters. They do it for so many years that they stop hiding. It's disgusting.
Screenshots that Anna managed to get. How Erica Kirk and her ministry is related to this, though, I'm going to make a long story as short as possible. The orphanage Erica was working with was in a very similar region to where the military base is located, and in addition to that, more incriminatingly, Erica's nonprofit released a YouTube video, and I'm going to play a segment of it on screen for you guys, and obviously the audio has been removed for copyright reasons.
And these are my little angels from Antonio Placement Center in Constanța, Romania. Our goal with the Romanian Angels Project was to show these children the true American heart during the holiday season. And what better way to do that than having our United States military personally deliver the gifts?
Seems relatively normal, besides the weird voiceover that I hope I was able to show you guys. But what's undeniable is that to make an event like this possible would require some serious connections. And so Erica goes on to thank some of the people involved in making this orphanage and American Assistance Connection work, and references one specific man by the name of Colonel Otto Buscher III, to be precise. Buscher is about as rotten as they come. He was mentioned previously as the one that this translator called out very specifically as being in charge and being the ringleader for this child trafficking and trafficking ring. And this would then mean that Erica's organization was in direct contact with a fellow who is being accused by countless children and Romanians as being involved in these illicit operations involving children. And make no mistake, we aren't talking about some people who feel this way about the American military. What we gather is that a ton of the Romanians in this region, in fact possibly even the majority of Romanians, feel this way, that the Americans have an awful presence there, that they do terrible things to the children, and that they are a part of these trafficking rings. That's kind of the public sentiment over there. Granted, these are poor areas, so it's a little bit hard to get the most recent information. And if this seems outlandish to you, Romania is by no means the only country reporting these things. Just research the company on screen now. They know all about this. Back to the story though, we would assume that Erica herself then was in direct communication with this colonel because she had to be to set this up, and then I would presume that it was the colonel who chose this specific orphanage from his existing Rolodex. And looking over the story so far, to many it seems like far too many coincidences are at play and in a row, especially considering that once these allegations arose, Buscher clearly had some high-level connections because he just resigned and now lives a cushy life in America, suffering zero repercussions for his actions.
We've heard this before. Every time we catch one of these motherfuckers, they either move the priest around to a different clergy, different church, or they just move them to a different country. They move, like, you know, move the army base somewhere else, or...
Obviously that shouldn't seem like justice to anybody, and it most especially doesn't to the Romanian families who claim that these children and child trafficking rings are still operational to this day. Like the translator who connects this ring to the disappearance of two Romanian girls named Alexandra, something Romanian, and Luisa, something also Romanian. These two girls were simply living life in 2019 when they were kidnapped. The first one was found not too many months later, deceased, and I'm going to spare you the details of the second one because it's become an infamous case in Romania, and it's horrifying and a long story, but at essence, a 15-year-old girl named Alexandra was kidnapped and then violently, repeatedly, before being trapped in a home by a man. She managed to call the police 3 times, giving very key information, even narrowing down her location, despite having been blindfolded, to the area she believed to be in, based on what she heard while she was in the van. And the police told her that they were too busy, or they didn't care, and that they had other calls, and for all intents and purposes, they left her to die, and I'm being serious.
Alo. Bună ziua. Bună ziua. Vreau și o legătură cu poliția.
And it truly would end up with her deceased, because although we're not 100% certain that she actually was deceased, she could be in a trafficking ring, we do know that there is a barrel on the man's property who abducted her, and all that was found of her were dental pieces. So take that as you may. Why a story like this is important to bring up in relation to Erica Kirk is that many Romanians speculate that something bigger is afoot with cases like this. And really, most prominently, the translator puts this story forward because she's seen all the information and she would know. But she basically insists that these two girls were taken as part of a human trafficking ring, which are at large in Romania. Now, that's not 100% unsurprising. In fact, a lot of the community think that this guy was a patsy for a larger operation, but the translator goes on to say that these girls might have been abducted into one of these on-base brothels and sold to men. And to add a little bit of color to that point, it's not like these girls disappeared from a part of Romania that was particularly far from American military presence. In fact, the places they disappeared from are no stranger to the American military and foreign involvement. And so keeping that in mind and the fact that there are known rings and many of them operating in Romania, doesn't take much to think that something must be going on here. In fact, there are many essays you can read just about the horrors of what's happened with orphanages in that part of the world. But back to the story, not only did the police refuse to go and assist Alexandra despite her calling 3 times from the captor's house, they also waited 19 hours to investigate the house where the calls came from. And it's known in Romania as an obvious example of government corruption and possible covering up of these rings, but no one seems to know why precisely the police would have waited so long, because a corrupt police force wouldn't want to make it that obvious, right? And here's where I introduce a little known but very interesting fact that in 2001, Romania was strong-armed into signing a deal which precluded them from ever investigating US military crimes conducted on Romanian soil, and that would include cases of child trafficking occurring in proximity to US military across the nation of Romania. So basically, any crime committed by a US military member or relating to the US military, the Romanian government has zero authority to investigate. And then I want to add in here again with that in mind, that the Romanian police not only ignored this girl's calls, but then waited 19 hours to go to the scene. It seems a bit odd, and I'm just speculating that 19 hours is more than enough time for a military investigation team to come in and clean up the crime scene and make it seem like nothing really happened there and dispose of whatever evidence might have existed. And so with all that in mind, I must ask why Erica Kirk went to this specific man who is known to be involved in massive organized child trafficking rings to help her bring gifts to a foreign orphanage for foreign children while being a child herself. After all, like most of you, I can count on 0 fingers and toes how many international child traffickers I know, and I also can assure you that I would never go to that person for help with a child-related matter. And if somehow, in all honesty, I didn't know that someone I had worked with in the past was a PDF file and an international child trafficker, when I did find out that they were such a evil individual, I would denounce them publicly, especially when I have a massive public presence and could even get him strung up since I am buddy-buddy, or in some cases, very buddy-buddy, as one might say, with the President and Vice President of the United States. In fact, I would say this would especially be the case if I, being Erica Kirk, claimed to be so dedicated to the service of children around the world. And it's not like Erica Kirk doesn't keep up with videos like this on her and these references to her past, as she
she actually likes Donald Trump.
Jokes about the Egyptian plains and other occurrences in speeches. So until I see her push for a man as demonic as Otto Buscher to be arrested and strung up, I'm gonna suspect the worst. Because who would be silent on such a matter if you really...
Hello? No.
love kids and want the best for them. So unlike what the
Okay, I am back. Sorry, I got a phone call.
mainstream slopaganda might tell you, it's a little more than a case of
Erica Kirk is banned from Romania due to sex trafficking allegations, just saying.
in the wrong place at
That was Kim Kardashian. I can't believe that. When was that? That was a long time ago, too. That was September of last year. Yeah, that was last September. Yeah, probably right around when she died. Did y'all know Erica Kirk is banned from Romania because her evangelical group was accused of trafficking children out of Romanian villages? Birds of a feather, I suppose.
mainstream slopaganda might tell you, it's a little more than a case of in the wrong place at the wrong time when it comes to
In the past 2 years, we have gone global with our Romanian Angels project and teamed up with the United States Marine Corps to joint sponsor an orphanage in Constanta, Romania. So this is probably why Charlie Kirk was shot.
Erica Kirk and her time.
That guy, they did profiles on that guy that shot Charlie Kirk, and they kept saying that he did it because Charlie Kirk was anti-trans. But I wonder if he's actually just an internet truther who knew the truth about Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk.
In Romania, and
Maybe he decided to kill Charlie for this stuff, and it would make a lot more sense. It would make a lot more sense than you've maligned trans people live on stage, and now I've shot you in the neck. Didn't really make that much sense, you know? The world was like, what? Like, why did you assassinate this guy? And he was like, because he's anti-trans or whatever. But no, I think that's too easy of an excuse. I think this now runs deeper.
And really, to round it out,
I swear to fucking God, every day now for like, I don't know, 3 weeks or something, something's really changed. I've found it impossible to like focus on my job. Something changed where like every day now for like 3 fucking weeks, every day now for like 3 fucking weeks, some new what would you call this? Some new substance, or I guess it would added to like some new additive story comes out about some other crazy thing, like 50 Cent pointed out. Oh no, did you log me? Don't log me. Did you crash? You crashed. Son of a bitch, you crashed, you asshole. God damn it, stupid ass Starfield install. I shouldn't have ever done mods. I should have just done it in chat. I'm going to do that with Elder Scrolls 6. I'm just going to play the base game, no mods, because it just causes crashes over and over and over again.
Here is a quote from Erica.
Like, so we learned that Beyonce and Jay-Z are up in these black billionaire clubs with P. Diddy, buying children along with Donald Trump on the Lolita Express. And then there was all these other music people and Hollywood people like Leonardo DiCaprio, etc. Noam Chomsky. We did a whole day of Noam Chomsky because that was a fucking mind fuck. That was a mind fuck. Turns out Erica Kirk was like selling children like Jeffrey. That fucked my mind today. Yesterday, Trump took Maduro. He just took him in the middle of the fucking night like a black bag abduction. The long night of knives and the night of long knives. That was a fuck move. That was just crazy. Fucking Hassan Piker was furious, and so was I. I'm fucking furious at Trump for that stupid shit. I was yelling in the ABC chat while we watched protesters in Minnesota yell about the fucking health centers that they were lying about or whatever. And we were just like watching that and shit, and I was just like, I was like, never ever use my tax dollars to black bag abduct another world leader ever the fuck again. Don't ever do that again. I was just screaming it to 40,000 people on an ABC YouTube video. Where they were like all chatting, and there was like 3 things going off in the chat which bothered me. Charlie Kirk 2025, which is so fucking stupid. Charlie Kirk was the main thing that was going off over and over and over again. Release the files is the next thing you see a lot. Release the files. And then, like, you know, Trump 2028. Those are the 3 things that I saw in the chat at all. And I was like the only one in there making actual cognizant points that weren't those 3 bullet points, right? I was like, how dare you godless right-wing pieces of shit fucking use my tax money to black bag abduct somebody like Nazis in the night of the long knives. We know exactly what the fuck you're doing. Don't ever do this again, etc., etc. I'm like yelling that to 40,000 fucking people. I think they thought that, oh, everybody's just going to be like, go Trump, go Trump. Nah, motherfucker, don't you ever take my tax money and use it to fucking black bag abduct fucking weird, like, world leaders that have no business, like, being abducted by America. That guy has no business being abducted by America. You keep saying that he does, but yesterday, I think it was like, the Midas Touch or whatever, he was saying that that Trump bailed out the largest cocaine cartel guy kingpin that's ever been out of Colombia. He bailed him out, and that guy, when they caught that guy, he had 400 million pounds of cocaine or whatever it was. It was insane. The guy was actually like the premier cocaine problem on the planet. This is, if you really are after drugs, why would you pardon that guy and then take Nicolas Maduro out of the night? Do you think Nicolas Maduro is selling fentanyl? No.
Kirk solidifying her position in Romania.
No, Nicolas Maduro is not selling fucking fentanyl on the fucking streets to American junkies. That's not happening. No, he runs in the same circles as everybody, all these other shitheads do, but he's not like, he's not doing the shit that you went over there for him and took him for. And then, if you really hate drugs and are scared of Fenties that much, why would you bail out Colombian drug lords? And you did. You bailed out like 4,000 criminals for the highest bidders to your Dogecoin project. If you really don't like drugs, then why do you bail out goddamn drug dealers? You know, the Midas Touch guy or whoever it was, they had a good point about that. They're like, really, if you cared about drugs, you would not give a free ride to the worst kingpins in our American prisons. But he did. He like took their money and he fucking sprung all the bad people in the fucking world. This is the stuff that he talked about when he initially started on Mexico. He was like, all of these thieves and rapists. That's the rich white people. That's what rich white people do. Like, you guys are getting caught doing that, not them. You guys constantly get caught doing that.
In the past 2 years, we have gone global with our Romanian.
It's just crazy. What else has happened? Other crazy things have happened. Like, Trump threatened Iran. He's just, like, fucking taking a shit at 3:30 in the morning. That was January 2nd or something. He, like, threatened Iran while he was taking a shit. He was like, fuck you. Iran's next. And that's fucking crazy. I don't want you attacking Iran. I'm not going to fight your war for you, and I can't afford your war. We can't afford your war right now. And I'm not going to fight it for you. We're not going over there. You better not start something over there. Don't start something that you can't finish. Like you always do. Erica Kirk is a goddamn Jeffrey Epstein fucking child sex pimp. Erica fucking Kirk. Charlie Kirk's murder. That was crazy. That was in the last like 6 months. That was insane. There was in the summer, Iran fired missiles at Iraq, Israel fired missiles at Iran, whatever it was. That was harrowing for like fucking 3 days. I was just drunk and miserable just for like 3 days because I was like, if a nuclear war starts right the fuck now, I'm gonna go crazy. I can't believe it. I just started my career, you know.
Angels Project and teamed up with the United States Marine Corps to joint sponsor an orphanage in Constanta, Romania.
Kamala lost. Like, how the Georgian repubs would not back his lie about, oh, I won the election. Here, just call it for me. You know, I won the election. In truth, I won the election. Call it for me. And it's like, no, motherfucker. We're the vote counters, not you. And the good old boy Republicans. One day in the last week, we watched Fannie Willis full-blown fight those good old boy pieces of shit in fucking Georgia that try to lie about the fucking election in the first place and all got caught with their fucking hands in the fucking cookie jar red-handed. That was crazy. Just firebrand that is Fannie Willis just yelling at them. That was fucking awesome. Each day there's something new, some new ancillary. Why am I having so much trouble with this? Ancillary. Right. Ancillary is providing support to the primary activities or operation of no, this was the wrong word. I'm using the wrong word. It's like additive. Additive. Like every day there's a new additive story to some other previous story that fucking blows your fucking mind. Now this, I don't know, I can't tell if this is actually running or not. It says it's running, but I don't see you streaming. No, you are not. So, stop. Yes. Start. What about you? You're up, right? Yeah. What else? There's been so much other crazy, like in the last, the craziest stuff in the last few months and stuff. Oh, Twitch. Oh, somebody messaged me. It's Anime God. You should get OSRS. I don't like OSRS. I'm sorry. I don't think I want Dragon Wilds either. Don't think it's modern enough. Nope, I'm being negative. I will respond with a heart. I'm being negative and telling people the truth when I don't need to. But no, I don't think I'm going to play either, honestly. Sir, what am I doing? I don't like old school RuneScape and never have. I don't like old school RuneScape. I've tried and tried and tried. It's a great little cell phone game. I can't do it that like I know I can't do old school RuneScape, and I will be honest about this. I know why. I'm desperate for a fucking cell phone game. The best fucking cell phone game is old school RuneScape if it isn't Eve Echoes. And I love old school RuneScape like as a concept, but I sure don't like playing it. When I get to the airport and I'm stuck playing a cell phone game, and that's the only time I'm ever stuck playing a cell phone game is when I'm at the airport. I load Hearthstone because I think it's a superior game to old school RuneScape. It's a lot more fun to play, you know. And I'm not that OSRS guy. I'm not, you know. I actively dislike OSRS. I've tried so hard to like that game. It's a great game, but it's not my game. And all that's negative. I know I'll be dissing something. I know I'll be dissing them if I say no, so I'm not going to say it. I'm sorry, anime. I'm not going to buy either one. I don't need to buy OSRS, but I don't think I'm going to buy Dragonlance even. I just like the price on Dragonlance, and I haven't played it. But I still don't think it's good enough.
I absolutely love working with the military, so I feel blessed that we can do that on a...
Other ancillary... not ancillary... other additives stories this year, it's like for like weeks now there's been something else crazy each day. There was the Maduro abduction. No Kings 1 and 2 were fucking crazy this year. There was so much crazy shit happening. They thought they found aliens this year.
Through Antonio Placement Center in Constanta, Romania. Again, it's no secret what the US military and contractors in the whole rigmarole is up to in these parts of the world. Again, I'm going to flash a company on screen. Look them up after this. And by the way, all these reports about corruption on these bases came out in 2020, well before the Erica Kirk accusations erupted, so it's not like these were made up out of nowhere. Also, Erica Kirk has way too many military connections. It's weird. I don't know of anyone else who's ever want to miss something and ended up getting to fly in advanced military technology and refuel fighter jets mid-air. So she seems to have some connections that go deeper than what we might even expect now. Not to mention all the pictures and videos of her with other officials and meeting generals as well. That being said, I do think this is a great lead off then into who exactly Erica Kirk is related to, as that's one of the best ways to get an idea of who somebody is. And after all, you don't get connected with high-ranking military.
And I don't like talking shit about OSRS, but I'm gonna go on and I'm gonna finish my thought because I'm a fucking streamer and I've got takes and I have fucking outlooks on things. I don't like what old school RuneScape has done to my MMO industry. I think the fact that OSRS continues to be as successful as it is a curse upon the MMO industry that makes them think that they can get away with inferior programming and inferior coding and inferior approaches, and that old retro can still work and all this stuff. And I actually really don't agree with that statement. I need you to be modern, beautiful. The game needs to be deep, you know, like, and, oh, yeah, I am hurt. Am I gonna go deal with that? No. And so I kind of blame OSRS's success for ruining the fucking MMO scene. And I don't want to piss off Anime God by saying that, but I actually really think that you know what I'll cite is it's not that it's a bad game. It's really not. It's not that. It's not my game, but it's not a bad game, right? It's not that. I actually enjoy it on the cell phone, but there's just more games I like more. There's other games I like more. But where I'm going with this is if I support old school RuneScape, it's like voting with my money. And even if I didn't give them any money, even if it is free, it's like making a statement that I'm okay with old school RuneScape, and I'm not. I'm not actually okay with old school RuneScape. I'm kind of not really okay with classic WoW. Like I like retro is good if you remaster. If you don't, or if you add something like hardcore, but it just the base classic experience. I don't think we needed that, and it's like you think you do, but you don't. And I think Blizzard was right when they said that, honestly. They were like, you know, and I know that's something every other WoW and OSRS fanboy is going to fucking hate me for saying. But no, I actually agreed with the original WoW dev when they were like, you think you do, but you don't. And he was right. When I tried to return to Classic, I couldn't stay longer than level 40, and it had to be hardcore, and I lost like 15 hardcore characters. And I said goodbye, and I realized that I like retail more. And I'm not that guy. I'm not going back to old school RuneScape. I'm not ever going back to ESO. I'm not ever going back to 14. I'm not ever going back to Final Fantasy 11. I'm not going back to EVE Online. I mean, there's a lot of retro games out of there that have been around for 20 fucking some odd years. I'm not going back to any of them. I know I'm not. An old school. If I'm not going back to EVE Online, you know I'm not going back to old school RuneScape. That's not happening. I actively dislike old school RuneScape for anything except a cell phone game. And so it's like, yeah, like, you know, and honestly, I dislike Dragonlance just because it feels like they're using like fear of missing out, FOMO. I want to buy this game very, very badly, not because I believe it's a good game. No one will say that. No one will say that this game's good. They, like, you know, it's fear of missing out. I'm like, what if it's a good survival game? The English reviews have moved to very positive, but they weren't when the game released. And like, and $21 is a good price to see. Like, that archery looked okay, but the rest of this doesn't look even on a competitive level to something like Nightingale or Enshrouded, frankly. This game is not competitive with even Nightingale and Enshrouded. Two games that I still don't play. That I have that they gave away for free like this year, Nightingale and Enshrouded. Or they didn't give Enshrouded away, but they gave Nightingale away for free on the Epic Store for Christmas. And I still don't play those games, so why would I buy this game? And it's like, not only will I not play old school RuneScape, I'm not going to play RuneScape Dragon Wilds. When I'm really drunk, that fear of missing out is really, really strong, and I'm like, I'm going to buy it, I'm going to buy the game. But then when I get sober, I'm like, no, you know that you don't play a superior game. Enshrouded, why would you not play? Why would you buy this? You know you're not going to play it. I don't need OSRS. I never was a player. I think the highest I've ever been on old school RuneScape is like level 3 sword and level 2 fishing. That's the most work I've ever done on all of old school RuneScape. I don't have that addiction. I come from Final Fantasy 11. And yeah, every day I think about returning to Final Fantasy 11 because it is my favorite game, but I don't. Because the game's too old and they don't support it. And then that's the same exact issue with all the other games too. So it's like, not only will I not buy OSRS, I'm not gonna buy Dragon Wilds either, even with a new expansion and a DLC and finally a blue very positive review. I'm like, $21 isn't that bad, but I don't have that bad. I don't have FOMO bad enough to do it. I don't have FOMO for this game bad enough to, and that's what it is. It's FOMO. And one of the reasons it's FOMO for me is because old school RuneScape was never able to fucking enchant me in the first place. Why would this game be able to? You know? Maybe because it's survival, but remember, I just quit pretty much every single survival game. I stopped playing Rust. I'm not playing Icarus or Nightingale or Enshrouded. If I play Rust, it's on PvE and only for a couple of days. It'll be like the naval update, something. I'm down on survival. I'm down on free-for-all PvP. I've never been a RuneScape fan, and so it's like, is it possible that I'm gonna be a RuneScape fan having never been in its heyday? Probably not. I was a Final Fantasy 11 like complete convert. I bought it on every system. Bought the game like 10, 20 times or something. I paid probably thousands and thousands of dollars on monthly fees and stuff. And like, honestly, I don't even have this kind of like loyalty to return to World of Warcraft, which is a far, far, far superior game to RuneScape. And like, I don't have the wherewithal to return to World of Warcraft, much less a RuneScape game. You know, I'm going back to retail. I intend to finish World of Warcraft Midnight in 3 days before the curve is even over. Like you know, they'll let me in 3 days early. I'm going to try and burn that MSQ through to the end where I get my Lore Master achieved for War Within for like Alliance or whatever. I'll do a little bit of like house building just to see it, just to see if their building system actually appeals to me. I doubt it does. And I will gather some housing stuff, but like overall, like I should go do that right now, but I can't even bring, I paid a WoW sub and I'm not even using it. Why would I go back to RuneScape? Like I can't even bring myself to play World of Warcraft and I just bought it. I mean, I know I'm not going back to RuneScape. It's not ever in the cards. And I want to break that person's heart, you know, and be like, no, I'm not ever touching old school RuneScape ever the fuck again. But they're a nice person and they sub to me and I don't want to hurt their feelings about their favorite game. That's a good game. What's the greatest MMORPG of all time? Probably old school RuneScape. I can say that honestly. It just wasn't my game. You know, I wasn't raised on old school RuneScape. I'm going to say something else negative about old school RuneScape, and this is the streamer's hot take that would piss off somebody, but I mean, I'm just going to say it. RuneScape, old school RuneScape, has always been, to me, and my crew, and my close friends, and all the gamers that I know, old school RuneScape was for homeless people who went down to the library who couldn't afford the monthly fee for World of Warcraft. I don't mean that to insult anybody, but it's been like that, and it's still like that. It's still like that. When you go down to the library, you'll see them play old school RuneScape. It's insane. It's still like that. So it's very hard for me to want to do that willingly. Like, you know, that's weird when there's a World of Warcraft around that I just spent $90 on, you know? Oh, yeah, there was Ashes of Creation had a scandal yesterday. We were going to watch that. I guess I should cue some videos out of my history. I don't like talking shit about old school RuneScape because they're like one of the ones that actually made it, but I don't want old school, old style isometric games. I just don't like those games. I don't like isometric games. I struggle to play them on my channel anymore. I view Diablo as immoral now. Like Diablo Immoral. And so, yeah, so we're going to go back and look at, The Curious Case of Aiden Ross. We didn't finish this, the Patrick CC, so deck goes up, add to queue. I did this whole 8-hour, Who the Fuck Did I Marry? We had to do the Bi Sister thing. We didn't finish that one, and I still don't know. And, yes, and then there was a big drama about Ashes of Creation. Where was the Ashes thing? No, we watched a video. We watched a video. I'm just gonna search for it. Ashes, see if it pulls it. Yes. No. Well, yeah, we watched that on Thursday, did we? But Ashes Creation is doomed. Let's go back and take a look. I queued some videos on this side too, but we're gonna go back and take one more look. Oh, don't log me. Okay, we're good, and I got all the negativity off me. I'm gonna sleep. Ooh, New Nor Jasmine. Conspiracy theories that turned out true. Yep, part 2. Cool, New Nor Jasmine, but New Nor Jasmine, yes. Part 2. Right, so we did this, but it's part 2. This is this. Oh, good. That's the part 2 of the bizarre lore. Okay, it's good. That just came out. New Nor Jasmine. Yes, yes.
Do you have?
New Nor. So, what else do we do here? So, Melania is fleeing from an Epstein lawsuit. But we came here to look at Ashes of Creation, and I think there was a big video that just hit exposing... yes, here it is. Huge Ashes of Creation scandal, duping, hacking, and RMT hit early access, and we're gonna cue that one. Back to Erica.
Military officials stationed abroad out of nowhere. Someone has got to know someone, you know? So let's start with her parents. Her mother, Lori, we'll call her for now.
And like, so, and I don't mean to install old school RuneScape players. Not all old school RuneScape players are like bearded dudes down at the library who stink like Magic the Gathering players. But that's the impression that I have of old school RuneScape community. There's been some nasty people out of the old school RuneScape community too. I've heard some nasty stories and stuff, but that doesn't mean anything about the game. But anyways, it's just not my game. And like and speaking of the community like that isn't very fun. But I mean, that's not my community. I'm willing to say stuff like that because I was never addicted to RuneScape in the first place, and I don't know why I would return to it when I was never ever an addict in the first place. You know, it sucks. So I can just say stuff like, yeah, and most of the people that play old school RuneScape are like homeless down at the library because all they do is play old school RuneScape. I'm sure it's incredibly addictive. So I don't know.
As we know,
if I can't even bring myself to play WoW, why would I do OSRS?
Left Ohio and her husband right after Erica's birth for
I paid 15 or 20, yeah, 15 bucks. I paid $15 this month for a WoW sub that I'm not even using, you know? I should use it today. Go look at the player housing. I guess I will. I could log off Starfield and go look at the player housing, I suppose, but I would rather play Starfield than WoW, and that's how I know. That's how I know that I'm not going to buy old school RuneScape. That's not happening.
Scottsdale, Arizona, where she worked for a couple corporations, including GE, which everyone likes to conveniently forget has a weapons division, before going...
She's got that female orange turd face thing going on real fucking strong. That seems to be God's warning about elite child molesters. God's warning about elite child molesters is they all wear spray tan
on her own
because they don't have the self-discipline to go outside. And you wonder maybe if they're actually like a vampire cult because they never go outside, so they use spray tan, you know? It's weird. Oh, phone's ringing. Hello? Uh-huh.
and starting her own business and eventually businesses. The publicly known ones are AZ Tech, G Tech, E3 Tech, all of which are and/or were involved with the Department of Homeland Security, the Pentagon, and other such military-inclined organizations. But don't take my word for the military connections. Take Erica's.
Can I ask a question? This might be off topic. How did your mom choose Phoenix?
So she chose to move to Phoenix from Ohio because there was more of an opportunity for a female business owner out here, especially from the standpoint of she was getting involved with the government, so Homeland Security and Department of Defense. And so she had other business partners that were out here that were already in that industry, even one that was a mentor of hers. So it was really convenient to be able to come all together in one place.
But then again, that may just be a teensy-weensy part of the puzzle, because Erica's mother is not only known as Lori Francefeet. I know, gasp, shock. She has, according to a number of data scraping sites, gone by 7 to 8 different aliases, which doesn't really make sense to me. She was never married again, insofar as we are aware, so after her first husband, she should have gone back to the maiden name, right? But for some unknown reason, she didn't, and she kept her husband's last name. Whatever. Because even that in mind, it wouldn't explain all the other different last names she's had, as well as a bunch of the other middle names.
No, their generation does this. They keep their names hyphenated because they want to honor their previous spouse. Usually it's like their spouse died, if they're even separated from them at all. So my mother did this. My mother hyphenated her name with her first husband's name because she loved her first husband that much that she wanted to wear that name all of her life. And that's normal, actually, believe it or not.
Names that keep shifting that she has.
Very normal.
Well, 7 to 8 names of various kinds with different middle names and last names sounds a lot more like someone trying to cover up their identity than anything else. And also, so you know,
no, you're young and naive and a doomer, and you just can't imagine a world where a woman might want to honor their first husband. I don't think. I think your actual problem is you're a doomer and really negative and really right wing. So all you see is negativity and like discord and like lack of unity and stuff. But no, it's very common for women to keep their previous husband's name. It's very, very common. I don't know why you would say it's weird.
This isn't a glitch. Multiple AusNet tools confirm that there are these various shifting names belonging to Erica's mother, all being tied to the same address where Lori lived the whole period in question. Even stranger, Lori makes it.
So her family is criminal, apparently. What was that sound? Anyways, you want me to board?
Another appearance somewhere at first entirely unexpected, and something leaked, I believe in part by Snowden. And it is a list of NSA employees, and lo and behold, a name almost identical to Erica's.
No, like it's not that old school RuneScape is bad. It's that I'm bad. I'm actually really struggling to even play the games that I'm currently playing right now. Something's changing, and like the industry died for me, and I'm finding it very difficult to play anything but Starfield, Grand Theft Auto 5, and fucking X4. Because these games and you know and OSRS does not stand in my memory as a good game. You know, it's unfortunate, but that's where I'm at. Sistef is arresting me. Maybe I'll just go to prison. Good, I don't want to return to your fucking ship. Yeah, does this end? They ended it by arresting me. Oh, I got an achievement. Complete the best there is. Yay. Sistef is now your enemy. Oh, God. Starfield, I now have Sistef is your enemy. Sistef is your enemy. Oops. Starfield, Sistef is my enemy now. Can I do anything about it? Oh, shit, it's permanent. Crucially, only the Sistef division is your enemy. You can still land at New Atlantis, trade with United Colonies vendors, and even join the UC Vanguard. There is no way to rejoin. There is no in-game mechanic like paying a bounty to repair this relationship once you've betrayed them in the finale. If you're kicked out during the undercover mission, if you're still in the middle of the quest line, but Sistef turned hostile because you killed too many civilians or caught committing saves, reload a save, proceed as a pirate. New Game Plus resets all faction relationships and console commands and avoids Sistef systems. To minimize combat, avoid orbits where Sistef patrols primarily around the US UC. Sorry. Sistefs are now your enemy. Oh, I can reload the save now that I have the achievement and just, So they arrested me. I don't care. I don't care. Thief. What? No, I don't care about UC Sistef being my enemy. I'm like leaving New Atlantis. I think I have like, or I can jump out to my house and I can pay the bounty, I think, which is kind of funny. I'll jump out to my base. Oh no. I think I can just flee. I'm gonna flee. Which way is north? My crew is like fighting the pigs. Oh yeah, I forgot they added swimming. Used to be you could just walk on the water. Can I like teleport now? Yes. I think moving this borked my game last time, or I would move it. This pistol sucks and it's not good enough. Cool.
His mother is on that NSA employee list. But Cooper, you say, it's not exactly the same.
This sort of descends into right-wing, like, truther territory, and I don't really like it, and I don't like this content creator either. And I want to get off it, but I think he's going to tell us more stuff, so I'll watch it to the end.
Same name. Maybe it's someone else, right? But no, if you follow the address, I'm
Going to cook something and mix a drink. I'll be right back.
not including for the sake of common decency, it leads back to the home of Erica Kirk's mom during the time she was living there. And considering that this is an NSA document, maybe then Lauren Francevy is Erica's mom's real name. Despite the fact that everywhere lists it as Lori, and since we already know that Erica's mom has these publicly listed corporations, I thought we might try and find something else by looking for Lauren Francevy and if she's connected to any other businesses. And so I began searching under the name Lauren Francevy and found relatively quickly a very outdated listing for something known as G-Tech Industries, which was supposedly sold in 2018 for around $500,000, and yet there seems to be no evidence of any customers this business ever had, or money ever being made, or even a reasonable product being sold. And what's even stranger is that this listing appears to be a fluke. It's an old repository from the government system Edgar for searching all sorts of government documents, including business filings. And when you search for G-Tech on some government websites, you either get no results or a 404 forbidden error. Now that's odd, some might even say very odd, that unless I'm doing something incorrectly, which has happened once or twice, methinks the government might be trying to hide something or keep something quiet about this company. But other than that, I did not see any other leads on G-Tech Industries. Oh yeah, except that I recognized one of Lori's pesky little name swaps. Remembering this is registered under a Lauren Francevy, not Lori Francevy, and everywhere it tells me this woman's name is Lori, not Lauren, then this company must be registered under a false name. But whatever, I don't like the government, and so as the kids say, Lori, I ain't gonna stunt you, cuh. But I am going to point out that the other board members for this company that being G-Tech, have some interesting names, one of which shares a last name that Lori on other occasions uses for herself, despite not being married to this man, based on all the available marriage records I could see. Okay, after recording this segment, I went back and I decided to research a little bit more about G-Tech Industries, because it's different than the G-Tech that's listed on Lori's LinkedIn and other places. So I was like, what is this? I decided to give it another look because it was just so odd to me that it was under a different name. This one being Dr. Lauren Francevy. Also emphasize doctor. I don't know where that came from. However, I went and started looking more, and I actually did find something more than originally. First thing I found was that supposedly they do 1.4 million in revenue, but I don't have any evidence of an actual customer, no testimonials that I could find, no products that I could really find, all vague things like that, about to be expected for a front company. But what really caught me off guard and is gonna be further interesting when we get to Erica's father, Kent, was this G-Tech Industries company has a profile and on some random business website, the way they describe what companies do. I don't know how it was able to find it. I'm gonna presume there might have been some old website that they pulled it from, but from that we were able to get a description of what this company says they do, and it's very bizarre, especially considering the information we're going to learn about Erica's father later on. G-Tech Industries may be the only company that is dedicated solely to addressing the growing threat of EMP, that being electromagnetic pulse, both by an enemy or solar flare, by providing proven, patent-pending technology. That seems kind of like an oxymoron. And products aimed at protecting the US and foreign governments and their citizens. G-Tech specializes in keeping critical infrastructure operational when all forms of energy are lost due to natural or man-made threats, and backup systems are rendered useless. G-Tech's founders are highly experienced with EMP hardening, and the management team has previously worked with major defense contractors. That would be Erica's mom.
My God, pop that pimple on your fucking lip, you idiot.
Mama! And our intelligence.
It's like the size of the size of a dime or something. Pop that pimple, it's so gross.
Community. G-Tech founder Dr. Lauren Francevy has over 25 years of business and technical experience in the fields of telecommunications and software development, cyber systems, and aerospace engineering. G-Tech's co-founder Larry Gunta has over 40 years of business and technical experience in the fields of mechanical design, electrical power generation, microgrid integration, advanced control systems, and specialized computer, cyber, and supervisory control and data acquisition systems, SCADA. And what is really my first question about this? What governments are you working for? What products do you have? And where did you get this suddenly 25 years of experience in business and technical stuff in an area like this? Because according to your resume, I don't see anything that would make me go, wow, EMP protection business makes a lot of sense for this woman. Based on Erica's affinity for a certain country and some videos that I've shown in passing of Lori, I feel like I have a guess at which foreign governments you've helped out and worked for. And this kind of confirms some of the speculation about Erica's mom's involvements with countries. A lot of people have speculated that there's an Israel connection here. And if I was to point to a piece of evidence that would make me go, that really might be the case, it would be this, because we know that Lori seems to also have an affinity with Israel herself. And there's a video of her at a parade of some kind with a bunch of Israeli flags in the background, which then makes me wonder even further about how deep Lori's connections with our government and foreign governments go. And then Erica's connections herself, like, what's going on here? And why is there a G-Tech and a G-Tech Industries? And why do we have a Lori Francevy and a Dr. Lori Francevy? And what has she been doing this whole time? And to find that out, I tried looking up this company more, G-Tech Industries, and not just G-Tech. And I actually did find something. But first though, before we get to what I found, because it's kind of crazy, the primary industries that this company is listed as for is household goods, manufacturing, nonprofit and charitable organizations, and just organizations. So they seem all over the place, and it doesn't feel like anyone really has a firm grasp on who these people are or what they do. I was also able to find out on a listing that 10 years ago they raised $490,000 in investment money. Not sure where that money came from. And the website says it's undisclosed investors, but it was all from one source. So possibly the government funneled them money. But keep all this strange EMP company stuff and unknown sources of money in mind when we discuss Erica's dad later, because there's a weird parallel that's forming with these two. I also, though, when researching, was able to find a video, an advertisement of some kind for this G-Tech Industries that was actually listed under a completely different name. And it's basically supposed to be a demonstration or a description of their product from these two old dudes, but these old dudes have no camera presence and seem really nervous to be on camera. I would be too, because what they're trying to sell is a briefcase and say it's EMP proof.
I'd like to introduce my colleague and mentor, Larry Genton.
Hello, I'm Larry Genton, Vice President of G-Tech Industries. As you mentioned, we are involved heavily with a unit called for serve here, we're calling the Rain Box, which contains this box a aluminum sealed box that allows us to quickly put over electronic devices such as hard drives, memory drives, flash cards, thumb drives, cameras, walkie-talkies, vital communications information that is protected from the EMP. This box will be certified.
Digressing though, they rebranded to something named Serve Gear, which is what the website listing is for now. And when you follow that back, over the course of like the past half decade or so, it's been completely inactivated. But going back before that, you can see a homepage, but doesn't have any products listed on there. I don't know if it ever did. As far as I can tell, it did not. It does go to add to the point though that you have a company raising a little under $500,000 from one unknown, undisclosed source, and they've never sold a product. Kind of just seems like a funneling of money operation or a front company of some kind, especially considering Lori's history, we'll call it, with other governments and our government. It is nice though to see people admitting that they are deeply government connected and not wasting our time. Okay, I'm done yapping to the camera now. Let's get back into the video. But it seems like there's a different story beginning to form. And so either it is this NSA or government cover-up like we discussed, or she's just straight up committing fraud, because I'm fairly certain it's illegal to give false names for something like this. But what do I know? Besides all that info, while on her mom's side still, Erica never seems to mention her maternal grandparents, and even uses the incorrect Swedish terms for grandpa and grandma in old posts of hers, making who exactly her family is, at least on that side or that part of that side, indecipherable at best, which is convenient for later and things we shall discuss, because it muddies the waters a lot. Like a lot. Imagine if you could make one half of your family truly obscure at best, or completely indecipherable at worst. Who and what you are related to would be impossible to distinguish, and so remember that for later. My bad, where are my manners? Pretty please. However, this would only be the first half of the familial equation, so let's review her father, Kent Fransby. From the outside, he seems like, well, I don't know what he seems like, because I couldn't even show you a photo of the guy, if I'm being honest. Not like I can't because it's restricted, but more so I can't because we have no idea what he looks like. Mostly because I am not aware of any known photographs of the man. That's a little odd considering how well known her daughter and son-in-law are. One would speculate Pops would pop up in a photo or two, but no, not as far as I can tell, which is not just strange, but an achievement. It's hard to keep a low profile online as a typical American in this surveillance state, but when your family are some of the most well-known Americans, especially in the political world, well, now we're talking basically an impossibility. So who is this guy then? Well, we know he was an entrepreneur and is related to several businesses online based on available resources, including one named AZ Tech International, which is distinct from one of Erica's mom's companies named AZ Tech. Confusing, I know, and I imagine that's gotta be part of it. From the best I can tell though, AZ Tech International is another odd company with no real customers it seems, or public ones at least, little to no online presence and very few references online. And from what we can see though, it also appears to be government related in terms of whatever it produces, and has, according to some sources, received $2.6 million in government contracts. There's also speculation that Kent was an executive at Raytheon and helps outfit the Israeli Iron Dome. The jury is out on that one though, and it's not exactly something you would ever really expect to get a yes or a no on. Either way, in any case, Kent Fransby is an oddball, that seems pretty clear, but his family situation gets even stranger. His dad, aka Erica's paternal grandfather, is a man named Carl Kenneth Fransby. Can't lie, it's a pretty regal name, and I must admit it has a certain essence to it. Pausing to yap a moment, I want to preface this next part by saying one way you can almost always tell someone is deeply connected to the upper echelons of power is if they are involved in the currency industry in some capacity, especially at higher levels. And therefore it should be to no one's surprise that Carl was vice president of manufacturing for American Banknote Corporation, a company nearly as old as the United States itself, which is involved in the production of currency and making it more counterfeit resistant. Yes, that is about as close as one can get to money without literally being the printer. Furthermore, he was an elder member of the Swedish Order of Vikings, which is at essence a Freemason adjacent fraternal organization.
Like, he's a very knowledgeable creator, but he's so obvious unhappy doomer, like Kira, that it's hard for me to stomach him. But his content's fucking great. I actually really like the content. His style, though, is not too good.
To the oddballness therein that we've come to expect of a Mason or Masonic-esque organization, and he was also so well regarded in his life that the King of Sweden, Karl XVI Gustaf, knighted him for promoting, quote, American and Swedish relations. Well, if that reveals anything for certain, is that I guess we should be calling him Sir. But in any regard, it seems like Erica isn't quite the product of a typical American home, as we have been told. But it's even more bizarre from here, because Erica's dad also seems to have owned some preparedness company, as discussed by Erica in an Arizona article from many moons back, which more prominently with the increased Erica questioning has become more well known for its bizarre advertising. And by preparedness company, I mean prepping for EOD. Before I get ahead of myself though, let's just watch the advertisement that her father uploaded to his YouTube channel. I'll play some snippets of the clips for you guys. It's actually a pretty long video, so I'm not going to play all of it. And obviously, though, I had to take all the audio. And in case we were concerned that this was a video from a different Kent Fransby, you can't really make that argument, seeing as Erica Kirk is herself in the video repping the set. First and foremost.
Every time my wife yells at me for killing an innocent person, I remind her that the day I met her, she was standing over a dead body. Which is funny writing. Is Oh, that's all it took, huh? Nice. Wait, the next time... Okay. Can I sleep in the bed? No. I do love Starfield. I think it's a great little game. Economic meltdown.
Foremost, it's never a great sign to have a high-ranking member of the upper echelons, or at least he appears to be, talking about the end of times, let alone trying to sell people on it. And from the video, it's pretty clear that this is predicting the collapse of the nation and a survival scenario. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with being prepared. I sure stay prepped, but this is not the action of a typical prepper. And this feels like something far different. After leaving home, we have only a few blips on the radar for Erica. We know of a couple of pageants she participated in, as well as a few licentious YouTube videos she filmed of her quote-unquote working out. We're not going to touch on those yet, probably a bad use of words, because I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. But what we do know beyond that is she was also doing this devotional and this clothing brand, neither of which ever seemed to really make
Road to the crown
at all. But open to being wrong there, if I'm being honest, because it's hard to find any evidence, but typically if I can find any evidence of that cash flowing,
Miss
I know where my
Arizona
mind is going. So we're sort of at a loss for how Erica was living the high life in Manhattan, arguably the most expensive city in America, as well as one of the most expensive cities on Earth. She's going out for food.
Why is she topless? Oh, because the shirt's so revealing?
As we'll see, which is a conflict for later. My bad. Ahead of myself.
You guys want to see Erica's tits? We could go look.
again, and having all
sheeptard
of her bills paid seemingly by magic because she's not really doing anything. She's building 2 companies, but they are, as we said, seemingly unsuccessful. And so if there's one thing that doesn't lie, it's the bills and it's the money. Someone's got to be using that money to be paying them bills. And so we have to try taking one last look at her family, but this time not at her parents, although they might have been involved. Instead, this time we're going to look at her roommate, which seems unexpected, but let's go. More than once, Erica Kirk has discussed how she dated no one during her 5 years living in New York until she met Charlie, which is an outright and easily disprovable lie, but that's for later. Erica says she really didn't want to date because of the following reasons.
I'm not going to ask you your personal journey, but what I will say is when I lived out here, I was here for 5 years. I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was. Somehow getting drinks was the replacement of having coffee and breakfast. I personally would rather have coffee or brunch with someone than go. I don't drink. I find it unproductive, not because I'm holier than whatever. I
think you
operate
are
that way.
Yeah.
But I always thought it was very strange how she would go to drinks with one guy and then go to dinner with another. So it goes twofold here. So if you're expecting to marry someone that I was blessed with, like a Charlie, you have to be the type of woman that will attract a Charlie.
This was one of the only...
That guy who got shot in the neck for fucking anti-trans statements. Such a catch.
Interesting tidbits in this horribly staged interview with that broad Weiss, whatever her name is, because it made some of us go, huh, I wonder who that roommate is that was such a bad influence. And lo and behold, after scouring Erica's various social media platforms, videos began emerging like these.
Oh, she was very high. Yep. Why do they all spray tan? Are they child molesters?
And so now we...
Why are your tits out in this in that weird dress?
You can call into question who Erica Kirk really was in those 5 years, but once again, don't want to get ahead of myself. And instead, we're going to hone in though on who is appearing.
So does she know how to use it?
Many of these videos, and based on a bunch of comments ranging as far back as 10 years ago on Erica's various accounts, we see a common thread that this same female is commenting on Erica's posts, and she just so happens to look like Erica's roommate who appears in these videos. And her name is Nicole Rothstein. And Nicole is actually not just her roommate or soulmate or best friend, whatever she calls her. Nicole is also Erica's cousin. And this is going to become a much bigger deal as we move forward. Nicole, unlike Erica, at least, at face value comes from money, and interesting money at that. The Rothstein name is not exactly synonymous with honesty. If they were in a dictionary, those two are on the opposite ends of one another. In fact, antonyms would probably be a better way to put it. In this photo Erica posted in 2017, she is sitting next to a man whom I wager to be in his 50s, and another man who's standing in front of her, who I would wager is putting the pedal to the metal, pushing 70, the late 70s that is. And at the time, and really up until recently, if you had clicked on that photo on Erica Kirk's account on Instagram, you would notice that there's someone tagged. And that someone tagged is named Alan Rothstein, who Erica says is her uncle. And this old dude, I'm presuming here is Gramps, and this uncle that she references, I can only imagine is on the mother's side and is a member of that unknown segment of Erica's family that is seemingly being obfuscated. In any case though, when reviewing who Alan Rothstein is, I can understand why Erica may have chosen to hide that side of her family. Because Alan is not
the Rothsteins, you think?
Hannah Montana says, the boy, the boy, the boy, the honest goods, the real McCoy. My goodness. Uncle Alan has been involved in several criminal operations. For instance, there is a long case file which goes into detail about how Alan defrauded someone of hundreds of thousands of dollars. He was supposed to be a consultant, but was actually just an insider, kind of like a spy, and was just getting info and using his position to spend hundreds of thousands of the company's dollars doing nothing. And Alan, if you're watching this, just want to say, that's not cool, bro. jerk move. The document then gets deep into legal jargon, but discusses tens of millions of dollars at one point and falsely claimed assets, and then goes into the realm where a lawyer might be mildly confused. At its heart, though, Allen seems to possess the sticky fingers that his namesake is so infamous for, as we shall see. And lo and behold, someone who likes to pilfer the proverbial cookie jar also possesses a number of what are pretty obvious, in my opinion, front companies. I've run into a ton of these in videos. They're companies with little or no website, no customer history, no definable product, and they just sit there for years and sometimes decades doing nothing. But they are convenient for running money through, especially ill-gotten money, which seems to be Allen's MO. Not kidding, I was peeping through his companies and he's got a property management company, a hedge fund, and a bunch of others, and none of them seem to actually do much. That all said, whatever Allen and his family are doing is evidently working quite well for them, I might add, as Allen, though through a tool I use, I learned that Allen lives in a $13 million home. Not bad for a guy who seems to have never really worked a job or built anything himself. And that sort of cash also speaks to who is funding Erica's cousin Nicole, and possibly Erica herself, while they live the expensive Manhattan life, doing nothing of material value. Now let's jump another step into the family.
You mean being human beings? What do you mean nothing of material value? Fucking when doomers talk, it makes me so sick. They're like, doing nothing of material value. You mean being human beings? Living in New York. Do they need to, I'm sorry, should they go back to being matrix batteries for you now and producing stuff with their lives, or they're not real people? I mean, it's like right-wingers, man. When they talk, Jesus Christ.
Hit up Carla Solomon,
Watch my
originally Carla
kitty,
Fransby.
kitty.
This is apparently
Ouch.
Erica's dad's
Sorry,
sister,
kitty.
so once
It
again,
hurts.
a little info on the mom's side. Carla can be explained
No,
in the
kitty,
following
no.
words.
It hurts.
From the YouTube commenter,
Yeah, I'm hurt. I
Vivian
fell.
Ballard,
I fell, kitty.
391, 5 years ago.
sorry.
I'm not implying that she is only interested in the financial stability
Don't
of
stand
men.
on my chest.
However, it must be said that she avoids relations with impoverished men. YouTube really is a wonderful place. Thank you for that comment.
No.
In other words, Carla married a man about 29 years old.
I don't like that message. I don't like that message. It was very, very sexist, and you're lucky you have information. Otherwise, I would just cancel you.
Than her, by the name of Jack David Solomon. A 29-year age difference. Jack himself is
I really don't like that word gold digger. I think it's worse than bitch, and I really don't like it when I don't like hearing it out of right-wingers who suck dick and fucking doomer all their lives.
a bit of a character. He's one of the few people who have been born in America that possesses such an immense affinity for Israel. And oh yeah, we're going there. Jack has been
Don't
a
stand
leading
on my
executive,
chest, kitty.
or
It
simply
hurts.
the leading executive at a plethora of
Sorry.
some of the largest companies on Earth.
Nope.
Many of which possess multi-billion-dollar
You
evaluations
can sit on my lap.
and/or are
Sit on my
simply
lap.
government operations. For instance, for whatever reason, he was
Thank you.
plopped into
Sorry,
the
kitty.
chairman position of the board of directors for things like
Good
Federal
kitty, good
Land and
kitty.
Development Corporation for 36 years
Thank
and
you.
Federal Research and Development
I'm sorry, sister,
and
I just-
Advanced
I
Patent
fell.
Technical.
I fell.
All
It
sorts of
hurts.
things that when I'm reading
Really
it make me go,
hurts. It's like
who are you really,
genuinely
bro?
really hurts.
Especially because a sort of thing like that requires power, influence, money, control, and access, and gains you a lot of power,
Sorry.
influence, money, control, and access. And for this next bit, I'm just going to skim through some of the organizations he's been highlighted as being a member of from his death website, although I assure you there are likely many others. Membership: National Directory Quality Operations Foundation, 1963 to 1966. He's a sponsor of the National Hospital of Denver. He's also the co-founder of the Israeli
Oh
Armored
my
Corps Museum.
God.
Patron or Chadash Orphanage Israel. Vice Chairman California Democratic Council, 1966 to 1970. Candidate for California State. 1966, Director of the United Jewish Foundation, 1956 to 1967. Committee member for the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce. Member of the World Affairs Council, member of the President's Cabinet for the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, member
He's like the lead of EPAC.
Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. Oh yeah, that
He's the leader of the fucking EPAC. He is the leader of the EPAC, pretty much.
because he was a controversial casino owner. He was also the director of the Utah Shakespearean Festival, 1999 to 2000. Seems like a weird addition.
The Utah Shakespearean Festival. What's that about?
He's also the member of the American
Utah Shakespearean Festival. Why? I know why, because Shakespeare's awesome, but I mean... Utah Shakespearean Festival. Oh no. You want to know why? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's like some kind of crazy Jewish Mormon thing. Oh my god, it is. It's like some kind of crazy cultural elite Jewish Mormon thing. Look. It's cool, but I got no issue with it. It's just interesting. It's just shocking. Shocking to see it. Oh good, we can go see 50 different, you know, Shakespearean plays all on the same day. I'm sure we'll have time. Oh my god. Oh, it's so sexy. Look at them portray Hitler or whatever. Wow, it's probably so entertaining. Look at those young, attractive, nubile women. They're so Christian or Jewish or whatever. Oh my god. Do you come with the festival? I'm sorry. It's a Simpsons joke. It's a Simpsons joke. It's not me. It's Simpsons. Do you come with the car? It's so dumb. Oh my god, they're so serial about Shakespeare. Oh my god.
Air Museum
I mean, it's fine. At least it's cultured, you know? Whatever.
A foundation member, the Armed Forces Commission and Electronics Association. Sounds powerful. National Aeronautics Association, International Association of Business and Professional, honorary. B'nai B'rith, President Club, Utah Valley State College. Yes, that's where Charlie Kirk was shot. President Club, Brigham Young University. President Club, World Jewish Congress, Life. 32nd degree Mason, Scott.
Oh, that's all you have to say. He's a 32nd degree Mason. That'll do. That's all you have to say. You didn't need to say any of the rest of this. You say 32nd degree Mason, shoot on sight, bitch. Fucking shoot him on goddamn fucking sight. 32nd degree Mason, shoot that piece of shit on fucking sight. How dare he comes out in public. Shoot him on sight.
Scottish Rite. Life.
You think I'm kidding?
Life.
Shoot this motherfucker on sight. If he's 32nd degree Mason, just shoot him on sight. On sight, bitch. It's on sight.
Yeah, so a lot of things should stand out to you there.
It stands out.
The massive ties to Israel, the powerful committees.
It's on site, bitch. It's on site.
And I could really out for a while just about.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this whole Freemason thing.
The Israel connections alone and why that's weird. But if I have to tell you that, then you've probably been living under a rock and have missed the dozens of red flags I just read. But these connections do go deeper than that. So
why is this girl in a nun's outfit flashing her pussy at a Freemason concert?
Deep that bro paid for.
Oh my god, you're just flashing vag for these old white cultural elite. You're probably 18 years old, something, you're just flashing vag. They're probably paying you so much money.
And restored the ancient.
Jesus Christ. Like, I really don't like words like slut or hooker or hoe. But what you were doing, that's about as slutty as it gets.
Zion's Gate and Plaza in Jerusalem, which is rather a big deal to folks over there. Needless to say, he's sort of a huge deal in that community, and he's also very clearly...
Why are you flashing vag for those fucking Freemasons? Oh, it's $100,000 an hour. Come on, wouldn't you? Yeah, I would. For $100,000 an hour, I'd probably flash vag for the fucking Freemasons, too. I'm not one to judge. She's not a slutty hooker. She's just intelligent. I would take the money, too.
Be connected to the highest echelons of the government and business, and the people who decide if and what you shall eat. What an odd family member for Erica to have, considering I was under the impression she was a Christian girl from Scottsdale, Arizona. But if this all didn't elucidate you to the fact that we are talking about some seriously connected people, like I said, he's a member of this thing called, that I can't pronounce, it's a Jewish secret society named B'nai B'rith.
B'nai B'rith.
It's a very unique organization, very secret society-esque, very Freemason-esque, which apparently is controversial because they claim it's antiseptic to say that they are Freemason-related, despite having a huge portion of their founding members actually being Freemasons as well. So take that as you may. But whatever, toss that aside. We also know from that whole blurb Jackie Poo is a 32nd degree Freemason, which should be ringing bells for everybody from the most.
So that's what this was about. That's why Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Most unfamiliar with this sort of quote-unquote.
I mean, yeah.
Conspiracy world to the most familiar. The Masons are weird people. I've had personal experiences with them. I'm for sure on a list of theirs. That's a
You've had personal experiences with them?
Story for another time. But if you're really unfamiliar, putting it as short as I can, it's an organization that is a complete secret society. It's very occult. They worship Satan, but that's a point for another time. They have been known.
They don't worship Satan. They just observe this idea that Lucifer might be this angel cast out of heaven, which is what Christians believe too.
As global manipulators for centuries, countries have banned them because of who they are.
And so they side with Lucifer and death, saying that it's all part of life. But would you say that they, like, pray on an altar to their Luciferian god? I don't think so.
They are known to use their wealth and intrigue to control nations and to shape the futures of people and nations, and may or may not. Definitely were, in my opinion.
What was that? She was wearing, her hat was like a burning Colosseum. No, it's 9/11. Her hat is 9/11 and they're celebrating it. It's 9/11. It's literally, the hat is 9/11 and she's celebrating it with the other Freemasons. I don't like these people. I wasn't kidding when I said shoot on sight.
Futures of people and nations. And
why are you wearing a crazy hat that's like 9/11 burning? Why?
May or may not. Definitely were.
Maybe it's such a low quality shot I'm just misseeing it, but isn't that the 9/11 tower burning? Yeah, if somebody committed 9/11, it would be Freemasons, yeah, I would say.
The futures of people and...
What's with that hat, man? Is it your hair? Is it a burning building? What is with that fucking hat? Why do you look like a cross between Charlie Chaplin and a Clockwork Orange? And what's with Gimp head over here? What's with Gimp face? What the fuck?
Nations and may.
What's with that foul hat? Are you celebrating 9/11? Oh my god, fucking Freemasons, man. Fuck the Freemasons. I forgot how much I hated them. I haven't even thought about them in like 10 years. It's just sort of the given in the background, but I forgot that they existed, and you know, that they fucking, that like, it's why we can't have nice things. Did I do this delivery? No, I'm too late, I guess, or something. Anyways, kill the syndicate on GOFUC3.
Or may not. Definitely were, in my opinion, involved in assassinations historically, and things like the planting of people into positions of power that allow them to exert further control and influence, and, you know, the everyday stuff. But I'm sure none of that should sound even remotely familiar or be ringing true for the overarching Erica Kirk story, because that'd be weird. On top of all this, Solomon's also known for some immense scandals, including stock fraud, investor fraud, casino fraud. In fact, he built a casino and then got taken out of the CEO position because of his fraudulent activities. He wasn't allowed to be in control of the company anymore. All sorts of stuff like that. And you can go, huh, it seems like quite the character. And yet he amassed massive fortunes and got appointed to all these big companies, and was also appointed to the government to very important roles. So it makes you wonder who he actually knew and who he actually was. But leaving those two oddball characters right in the dust, here's where things are going to get even loonier. Rothstein is not only a relatively rare name, making it more than not simple to trace, it's also an infamous name, most especially if you're a sports aficionado. Specifically
Ace Rothstein,
baseball.
Sam Ace Rothstein.
Long before Alan and Jack were manipulating corporate.
I remember where I heard the name Rothstein from. It's the movie Casino. It's the guy from Casino, remember? Sam Ace Rothstein. Yeah, that guy was is crooked and is fucked up and his cultural elite as the day is long. Yeah. Forgot about that guy. You know, I looked up to him all my life because of the movie Casino, but remember, these are gangsters that shoot each other in the desert and steal money. They're not really good people. Not at all. I used to venerate people like that because they told me to. Fuck people like that. Fuck people that are like that. Fuck Casino. Fuck Sam Ace Rothstein. I'm never watching that ever again. I forgot about how, yeah, he was a fucking complete industry tool and he could get away with bloody murder. Forgot all about that. Please stop spinning. They're so annoying. Are you it? Yeah, no, you're not it. Kill this thing. You're so annoying. Finally. Stupid Watchtower Corvette. Save.
Corporations looting the masses and stacking.
I learned a lot from this video and I'm glad I stayed around.
Yeah. Into their
fuck Charlie Kirk. Fuck Erica Kirk. Fuck them and their stupid dead white asses. Fuck them.
$13 million homes. Let me reiterate, 13 million. That's the sort of money only like a handful of people on Earth possess. So what's going on there? And
goddamn crypt keepers.
Pretty clear progenitor to the Rothstein proclivity of purloining the populace's purse, and his name was Arnold Rothstein, a Jewish criminal who...
Remember Arnie Rothstein, yeah.
Widely asserted, fixed the 1919 World Series. He bet over $250,000, which at that time is an unprecedented fortune. Roughly $5 million today, but it doesn't really factor in for the lack of buying power and what all that means. He, in essence, made the bet, the wager, that Chicago would lose to the Cincinnati Red Stockings in the 1919 World Series. For color on who Rothstein is, he didn't come out of nowhere. Rothstein was a longtime fixer, or in other words, cheater, as well as financier of crimes of all kinds, from the least degenerate to the maximum degeneracy. But in this specific instance, with the 1919 World Series, he, through a series of payoffs and threats to, you know, people's families, ensured that the Cincinnati Reds won, the people who he bet on, which is illegal for all sorts of reasons. Arnold, though, having friends in politics, let me reiterate, politics, the legal system, like judges, and the police, got off on all charges despite it being the most obvious crime ever. Arnold is not a great guy to replicate or follow in the steps of, but he has become infamous enough that he even shows up in literature and movies, most specifically as the character Mayor Wolfsheim in the not-so-great, kind of short-sighted and whipped Gatsby. You can also thank Arnold for most of the crime syndicates that formed in the...
Kind of short-sighted and whipped, yeah, I would say so. Gatsby was... I love that movie, though. I love Gatsby. I think it's so well made. I don't care that it was, like, controversial.
Intervening years.
Was Gatsby... terrible?
In my opinion, the 2013 Great Gatsby movie is a bad adaptation. Now, I wouldn't say it's a movie I hate, but I specifically remember the time when I first finished reading the book without having any prior knowledge of the story, and I came out of that experience absolutely loving it, having a clear picture in my mind of the novel's
I need to reread The Great Gatsby. I think I've got credits on what's it called, Kindle here. Let's see, do I have Kindle credits? Yeah, I think I'll reread The Great Gatsby. Take me to my Kindle app. Kindle. Oh, it's the Amazon app now, is it? Okay, well, do I have Kindle credits? I want The Great Gatsby. I'll get it later.
aesthetic and tone. I then remembered that a film existed of it with DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire, and I thought,
yeah.
wow, this is gonna be great. An adaptation of my favorite book with two of my favorite actors. And then I watched the movie and I was just confused. This is not the book at all. Did Baz Luhrmann, the director?
Yeah, I was like I love Baz Luhrmann. I like everything he's ever done, but it wasn't the book. I was like, this is not the book I remember. Anyways,
Director even read the book? Did I miss something?
Yeah, like, did I miss something? Because I remember Gatsby being about New York. They seemed, the movie sort of was about Gatsby.
Something when I read it. I'm sure this is a common experience with a lot of adaptations, but why?
Yeah.
I think before we dive into my issues with the Great Gatsby film directly, we should first figure out why is it so hard to adapt a book into a movie, and what do you need to create a successful adaptation? Oftentimes, fans want adaptations to be a beat-for-beat, like-for-like remake of the source material. They've fallen in love with the source material so much that they don't want a single thing changed, removed, or added. This belief most recently cropped up in my circle of the internet when HBO announced that they're planning to redo Harry Potter as a TV show. Amongst all the anger and disgust at HBO for doing this way too soon, I heard repeatedly people say, well, at least with the longer runtime of a TV show, they'll be able to include more from the books. But is more necessarily better? If you look to the Harry Potter movies, you can make a strong argument that the film with the most book content would be Chamber of Secrets.
They're doing an HBO Harry Potter series? John Lithgow is playing Dumbledore. Oh my fucking god. Are you serious? You're serious. Arabella Stanton. She'll be black, right? She'll be black. I guarantee it. Is she black? I guarantee it. Oh, come on. Show me a face. You won't. Janet McTeer as Minerva, Monica McGonagall, Papadoisido. Severus Snape. I love this actor. He was so fucking good in Anne with an E. He was so good. And Rubius Hagrid as Nick Frost, huh? Nick Frost. They want to do a faithful adaptation of the books. Oh, wow. When does this come out? But we won't get it until 2027. Oh, my kitty. She's like having a love attack and she's flopped over. Yeah, she just totally flopped over. Hi, kitty. You having fun? I think you are. I'm just like rubbing you and touching you. Oh, you're such a good kitty. Yeah, here, let's bring your pet over where you can like sit. Yeah, there you go. Good kitty. List of Wizarding World cast members and list of Harry Potter. Wow, I can't believe they're bringing Harry Potter to the fucking... Did you guys know?
After his death, yes, he was shot to death, surprise, surprise, and the modern day drug and human trafficking, etc. of today was in large part possible because of his initial funding of such crime networks. And so yeah, really a interesting guy in that family tree. But all in all, he's just an awful dude. But importantly, he's a Rothstein. And so here I'm going to say something. There's a missing link, and I think it's one of the most critical links possible. I hope you all can assist me here with it. Arnold Rothstein, likely resulting from his profession of, you know, murdering people and causing crime, kept it under wraps if and how many children he had and where they lived. And so it's been very hard to really connect to who he is. But if you look down the family tree...
If you have money, you can just fuck as many women as you want, and they'll all have your kids. You can just keep a mistress in every town. And she waits for you to show up like once a year and impregnate her, pretty much. Fucking money, man. I really don't like rich people. I've got, like, my hatred has grown only deeper now. Fucking rich people. Completely devoid of morality.
At some of the siblings and all that, you will notice that there are more Rothsteins that continue on the family name. But they all do something very interesting across genealogy sites. And the genealogy sites themselves might be in on this. And the thing they do is that they redact the children of these initial Rothsteins. And so that makes it very hard, dare I say impossible, for us to know who are actually Rothsteins today and if they're 100% connected to one another. And so I ask you guys to help me out here to try and find these missing links to start building this family tree so we can officially connect Erica Kirk to these Rothsteins and to these known criminals and justice system manipulators, just generally bad people. And I imagine that they probably keep this quiet and are trying to hide their identities, especially if Erica Kirk is one of them, because it would be pretty obvious that we shouldn't trust these people, as there are generations.
I've gone full-blown pirate on this run. I'm gonna rob this guy, kill him, and take his ship. Maybe I should send Andreja home. Are you here, Andreja? I don't see you. You are here. You're gonna hate me if I kill this guy, aren't you? I think, no, just let her judge me. I don't really care what she thinks. If I lose the relationship, I've got the achievement. I don't care. She needs to understand that I do have moral relativity. Now, what happened there? Did you do something? Yes, you did. You took the shotgun away from him somehow. No. Oh, yeah, you have shotgun shells, but you don't have a weapon. Give him, ooh, Rev 44. Ooh, legendary laser rifle. I didn't know I got this. Modified advanced mag pulse. Not bad. Let's give him the keel hauler. This thing uses 43 MI. 43 MI. 43 MI. Yeah, there you go. Give him that. Equip this weapon. Equip. And there we are. Okay, now we're going to put this nice new weapon on my 3 slot. Philosopher Rev 44. Sounds good. Sounds good. Refined Varun Inflictor. Mag Shear. Mag Pulse. I'll put that in over the Mag Shear. The Mag Shear I would actually prefer over the modified Varun. And this advanced hard target is a good sniper rifle. I think. Oh no, the mag sniper is higher actually. And then oh yeah, but this thing probably has way better. No, it doesn't. So mag storm and I think that's everything that's good. Okay, let's test out weapons. So we pulled that. We pulled a new laser rifle. Fires fast. Has a big mag. It's a SAR. Okay. This thing is the mag pulse, and this thing is the mag. Oh yeah, this is a shotgun, is it? This is on my 5 key? Okay. On my 5 key right now is advanced mag pulse. I didn't realize it was a shotgun, so we need to switch 5 and 3. 5 and 3, which should be this thing. This Philosopher Rev, where is it sitting currently? It's in 3, so that needs to go to 5. And then this mag pulse needs to go to 3. The volume inflictor isn't good enough compared to the other laser rifles, so there we go. And we have a electronic shotgun, which is dope. And I'm in here to jack this ship, but I don't know where the fucking captain's quarters is, or sorry, the cockpit is. Don't know where it is. You can go back, but you can't go up or down. Can't go up there. Can't go up there. I'm gonna steal this ship. Yeah, what's up, bitch? Watch your step, stranger. The old girl's barely holding it together. Can I help with the repairs? He looks awesome. I am not authorized to pilot this ship. Let's save right here. If he doesn't like me jacking him, he'll attack me. She didn't like that, and I could just leave her out, but I also don't care. No, at no point can I steal this ship, which is fucking stupid. Never mind.
Of Rothsteins who have committed all of these heinous crimes, and to think that they would be in such positions of power today might cause the American people to go, huh, we don't really want that, do we? But I don't want to yap
What
too much.
you're saying is anti-Semitic and shitty. It would be better to just be like, rich people are really bad.
But we have this very obvious
It's not
missing
just
link.
Jews, it's every race. That's the problem with the right wing. They think they can blame all their fucking problems on Jewish people when it's every single race controls all of the world's money. It has nothing to do with Jewish people, you fucking right-wing shithead.
And it's hard
You know what? I think this guy probably identifies as a liberal too, but he's not. If I got him down to it, that's a Duck Dynasty shirt he's wearing, and he's, and his doomer opinions, and his hatred of the government and all this, that's all right-wing stuff.
Bridge those sorts of things when you cover up and when the family covers up all this information. But there's one thing the family can't account for, and I think it's rather ironic, is that the Rothsteins have seemingly never built anything of value themselves, but they certainly do know how to steal it. And so you have the original Rothstein stealing, the Solomon guy stealing, and then you have Alan Rothstein also stealing, committing fraud. It seems like the real family trait in the family heirloom is the ability to
stealing, yeah.
Thieve and commit crimes, and to get away with it enough to profit. Once again, let me reiterate, $13 million house, yet he's never built a business. Digressing though and getting back to the main track, it seems bizarre then that we have all these missing links, and then we've also got Erica Kirk, who won't really discuss her mom's side, past her mom and the missing names and the using the incorrect Swedish terms, and the fact that there aren't any pictures of really her parents' face. And on that note, there is one video that exists that people speculate might be her grandparents, and it's on screen now. In any case though, it does make it increasingly difficult to trace her. But digressing again, we go through all of this family history to say that this is very possibly Erica Kirk's ancestry. And if we consider just how terrible these people are and the things they've been up to, including political manipulation, if Erica Kirk is related to them, that would be an insane link that would really throw a wrench.
I like this name, Made by Sex. I think that's actually so
in her
good.
Story. And I think it would be enough for people to go, hold on.
Sex is shamed so badly in our culture and stuff. And yeah, we're all made by sex, and I like that point.
And I suspect that's why we won't officially know unless someone out there, one of you guys, can find that missing link for us, for which I'd be so grateful. But something else interesting is still worth noting. We might not know Erica's exact family lineage, but presuming that they are Rothsteins, it's rather strange then that Rothstein shares family ties to another family, another prominent Jewish family that has been the center of many theories for hundreds of years.
And I swear to God, he the whole fucking video is so he can spend a couple of minutes here, 90 seconds or so, taking shots at goddamn Jewish people, and I'm gonna unsub him. Unsub. I'm gonna dislike this. The anti-Semitism. No, I think this guy might view this as an attack. I'm not going to say anything at all on this one. I just canceled him and unsubbed him. Fuck it. Thanks for the information. We're never coming back.
I am not using AI artwork.
It was clearly anti-Semitic. It was fucking really anti-Semitic, and I feel ashamed for ever supporting the guy and subbing to him in the first fucking place. You really think you can blame all these problems on Jews? You fucking piece of shit, cocksucker, low IQ white man. You really think greed only comes in the color of Jew? Greed is all colors, motherfucker. All colors. And you just want to blame those Jews. Like Charlie Kirk himself. Anti-Semitic piece of shit. I canceled you. Bye. The only place that matters, my channel. I can cancel you where it matters. My channel. You know? Damn, and we're done. We're done with this one. Nice. Okay, I'll take it. Fast and furious. That's all it took, huh? This guy was like sleeping out here. I had to come kill him. Oh, it's cold, but hey, I mean, yeah. Please stop. Please stop this. Ah. Okay, save that I killed him. Move on to the next. Kill the Varun Zealot. Collect the bounty. Yep, Nicola.
So someone you love is an anarchist, and it's gift-giving season, and you realize that giving them that gift certificate to BetterHelp, or maybe those Facebook camera goggles would result in them never speaking to you again. Maybe you're the anarchist, and this is a gift for yourself, and that's totally fine. Everybody deserves a little bit of self-care, regardless of why you're here. I'm here to help. And when I say anarchist, I'm not talking about somebody who live-action role plays the purge every day of their lives.
No.
Anarchism is formally defined as a philosophy that resists.
Abolish all institutions that perpetuate authority, coercion, or hierarchy. That's what actual anarchy is. Yep, and primarily targeting the state and capitalism. Anarchism advocates for the replacement of the state with stateless societies like the Free State of Jones and voluntary free associations.
Institutions that perpetuate.
A historically left-wing movement, anarchism is usually described as the libertarian wing of the socialist movement. That's me. Yeah, let's look at Bellingham anarchists. Mark Allen. Celebrities. You can't load this link. Are you crashing into things? What do you want? Or Bellingham, I've never been there. This is awesome. That's cool. Oh, it's damn it, I didn't know they were doing this, and I'm too late now. I've got to come to this every day. I didn't know. Here's somebody who took a picture of somebody's swastika tattoo in Bellingham at the fucking Winco. Jesus Christ. And it got 2,400 likes too, which is just insane. And 1,400 comments. Costco. It's exactly what you think it is. It was 4 apps. I didn't know it was going to come on. It was 4 apps. It's exactly what you think it is. This is why I don't do social media. It sucks you in so goddamn fast. It's like, ugh. Anyways, fun to go look at a local guy.
Authority, coercion, or hierarchy. And all of the things that I'm about to show you in
That's me, I'm an anarchist, yeah.
this video are closely related to that philosophy. So if you were expecting...
Yeah, is there like an anarchist compound? Ooh. Ooh, alternative library. That sound is so fucking terrible. Wow. Oh. I know this place. Yeah, I've seen this place. It's closed now, though.
A DIY recipe for C4 or the best way to burn down banks, that's still a few months out. But if you're interested in a $40 solar lawn light that connects you to a 100% free nationwide decentralized messaging network, or maybe an inexpensive way that you can...
Wait, a what?
So if you were expecting a DIY recipe for C4 or the best way to burn down banks, that's still a few months out. But if you're interested in a $40 solar lawn light that connects you to a 100%...
$40 solar lawn light? Why can't you keep these on?
That's still a few months out, but if you're interested in a $40 solar lawn light that connects you to a 100% free nationwide decentralized messaging network, or maybe an inexpensive way that you can pull imaging data directly from satellites and take a space selfie, or a tiny device that detects nearby flock safety cameras, or maybe a $20 device that you can modify to let you know when ICE or law enforcement are tracking you via your mobile phone, and if that and a whole bunch of other goodies pique your interest, then take a seat, you're going to want to stick around, and you might even learn a little bit about anarchism in the process.
Yeah. I am an anarchist. The only tattoo that I ever got, and it's still there. It's still fucking there in between my thumb and my forefinger. You can't see it because it's faded. The only tattoo I ever got was an anarchy symbol between my forefinger and thumb. I want to get my anarchy symbol tattoo redone. I think I probably will. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get an anarchy symbol between my thumb and my forefinger. Every time I like, you know, like as I walk around, they're like, "Why do you have an anarchy symbol on your fucking hand?" Oh, you know. I actually am anarchist. actually am, you know. I lived in a vegan anarchist commune for fucking 5 years, something.
When making a video about a subject or a philosophy, I like to
God, I'd like to move back into a fucking anarchist, like, vegan compound.
start at the beginning. And this is why anarchism is so fascinating to think about, because it's
I think all the time that all I really need is a set of clothes and an expensive laptop.
beginning precedes all political or government ideas. Animals are anarchists. A fox can hunt rabbits in Arizona and bring them home to its den in Mexico. All children are anarchists. When you bring a 5-year-old to a store, they choose not to steal a toy by weighing domestic and social consequences, not because they're afraid of their state incarcerating them. So in some ways, explaining the origin of anarchism would be a bit like explaining the origin of hunger or infatuation or envy. A valid argument is that we are all born as anarchists, and we spend our lives being manipulated into appealing to
like sheeple
authority, because if individuals didn't recognize authority...
I love this guy. My God, I want to listen to Leftover Crack, and I think I'm going to. I could just pause this right here. I could pause. Recording time up, so I'm going to go back off it and stop it. I just wanted the feeling. I didn't want to get stuck there. I have a serious issue with listening to a lot of older albums now.
There would be no passive route to tremendous levels of
something about it is like I'm not 14 anymore. I'm like 40. So I don't need to listen to an album that I listened to when I was 14.
Power and wealth.
Does that make sense? I think it does. Yeah.
For example, if you took Mark Zuckerberg with his $230 billion of private wealth,
oh my God, that's how much Facebook was worth, $230 billion.
And locked him in a room with every Croatian with their combined $230 billion of purchasing power parity. And if you ordered a gigantic pizza for everyone, I don't think that Mark would be able to convince the other 3.8 million people in the room that half of the pizza is rightfully his. But outside of this hypothetical pizza party, through our hierarchical and institutionalized lenses, most of us recognize the absurd idea that Zuck is as valuable as everyone and everything in Croatia. Which then begs to question, why doesn't Mark Zuckerberg just buy Croatia and make it his private residence? And this is where we'd revert back to our anarchist firmware, because I'd assume that most Croatians value their homes more than they value hierarchical institutions.
Secret
We gotta
solar
start this
alarm
off with
light.
what is about the most obvious anarchist-friendly tech that everybody should be using, while an alarmingly small amount of people even know about. Meshtastic. I'll get a little bit more technical in a bit, but Meshtastic, which kind of sounds like a subscription service that would sponsor this video, is the polar opposite of that. It is a freely available, completely decentralized mesh network that uses radio signals for encrypted messaging. And generally speaking, the more people who use it, the more robust and far-reaching and reliable it gets. You don't need an internet connection, you don't need a SIM card, you don't need a license or any type of subscription or registration to anything whatsoever. There are sexy standalone devices like this LilyGo e-ink messenger and plenty of other options, but most people just use something like this, which you can connect via Bluetooth on your phone or computer. And the cost of entry for Meshtastic is about $25 to $40 if you're ordering off of Amazon, and as little as $10 if you're willing to wait for the slow boat to arrive from China. Maybe you don't have a single anarchist phone in your body. You have WhatsApp and text messaging, and you get a data signal just about everywhere you go. Why the hell would you need Meshtastic? Allow me to answer that question with an example. If you look at the Meshtastic network to see the nodes that you can connect to, you'll notice that this is a very popular trend in North Carolina and that part of the East Coast. That's because last year, unfortunately, Hurricane Helene quickly demonstrated the need for off-grid communication, and people who had Meshtastic devices were using the network to help organize aid for their communities and find out what was going on. The idea that a $30 investment could keep you in touch with not only friends and family members, but the outside world in the event that a catastrophe knocks out power or connectivity isn't exactly prepper shit. Realistically, in that setting, it's more useful than a weather radio, and while there are seemingly unlimited amounts of Meshtastic hardware options out there, I'm going to be making two of them. The first is a simple lawn solar light that acts as a connectable Meshtastic node that I'll spend a total of $30 to $40 on. And the other is a solar-powered community base station or repeater node that I'll spend a little over $100 on. Okay, so how this all works explained as quickly as possible, starting from the very bottom and working our way up using my favorite thing in the world, stupid metaphors.
How Meshtastic works in 90 seconds.
Light waves are a form of electromagnetic waves, and we can only see a tiny fraction of them. And the light in this video is between 400 and
the cute dog.
800 terahertz, but way down in the gigahertz range, you're getting your cell phone or Wi-Fi signal enabling you to watch this video. Now let's slow down the frequency of those waves to 915 megahertz, which is 915 million of these lumps and dips per second. Okay, so you may know that if you have a harp or a guitar or some type of string instrument and you play the same frequency of the strings, it'll start vibrating and ringing out on its own. Well, that's resonance, and that's exactly what's happening when electromagnetic waves of a certain frequency hit an appropriately sized antenna. And by demodulating ones and zeros from those waves, we can get digital radio, broadcast television, mobile data, and of course, Meshtastic. Now imagine that you have a walkie-talkie and your friend has another walkie-talkie all the way across the country. The radio waves on the walkie-talkie frequency are going to die out long before they get anywhere close to your friend. So that's obviously not going to work. But what if you, your friend, and 10,000 other walkie-talkie users all over the country were on the same frequency accepting and rebroadcasting all of the data being transmitted on it? If you only send encrypted text or location messages on this gigantic mesh of users that only your friend can decode, well, that's exactly what Meshtastic is. And it's completely free. You keep the network up and running through participation. I only want to build mesh communicators that will work indefinitely, so being solar powered is an obvious way to accomplish this. And a gentleman by the name of Travis Gustafson showed off a Meshtastic node that operated within a cheap solar lawn light, so that's the perfect place to start. So I picked up a rack wise block bare circuit board and a few different types of solar lights to experiment, and everything else was just spare parts around my lab. It seems like most of this stuff can be crammed into the solar panel itself, so in most cases you don't even need to use the lamp. It's not even necessary. Unsurprisingly, there's a rechargeable 18650 flashlight battery powering the thing, which gives us 3.7 volts that we need for the wise block. And first, let's drill an antenna hole for the connector, and then let's solder the wise block to the battery terminals, and done. If you want to keep things super simple, you could be done right here. You could just screw the thing back together, connect via Bluetooth, and communicate through a decentralized network through a $7 lawn light. There are a few things that we could easily improve. We might as well use an antenna from an old 2.4 gigahertz router for Bluetooth so we can message from farther away. We can just get rid of this, drill another hole, and we're good. Now, if there's a huge downpour, I could see some drops of water getting in through these antenna ports, so let's put some silicon sealant around them. And while we're at it, let's use the empty space in the lamp casing to put a pair of 3300 milliamp hour batteries instead of this 1500 milliamp hour one, giving us 4.4 times more battery life to help us keep this thing on during a really cloudy week with no direct sunshine. And while we're at it, just in case we have a nuclear winter or you decide to use this indoors or something, we might as well utilize a battery holder with a USB charge port as a backup. We need to reverse the schematic and rearrange and resolder all these wires so the solar panel charge controller will be feeding into our new battery rig. And there you have it, a mostly covert, self-sustaining Meshtastic node for anywhere between 25 and 50 bucks, depending on how many of my luxurious add-ons you put into it. And if you bend the antennas down, it looks extremely inconspicuous. And when our solar lawn lights are banned because ICE found out that people are using them for encrypted off-the-grid communication, I am more than happy to participate in an arms race of how many common household items I can cram a comm setup inside. Now let's turn it up a notch. Obviously, mesh communication becomes more powerful when you can connect to more nodes. And if you wanted to drastically and quickly increase the range of your solar lamp, you could just mount it up in a high place, like next to a gutter or something. But I'm afraid that if you live in a rural or semi-rural area, that lawn lamp isn't going to cut it. So we need a 12-watt solar panel, a mount for the panel, a waterproof electronics box, a big-ass 915 megahertz antenna, an antenna cable, a Heltec Meshtastic device, and 2 rechargeable batteries offering around 7,000 milliamp hours. We don't really need to worry about extended Bluetooth connectivity because remember, this isn't a Meshtastic user node, but a repeater node. I should only have to set it up once and then never bother with it again. Safely mounting and grounding an antenna is always a bit of a pain in the ass, but the rest was astonishingly easy, and I immediately picked up a whole lot more nodes in the southeast. And it's worth mentioning that my compound here is on top of a small mountain, and now I kind of want to build a tower up here that would connect all of Atlanta. Come to think of it, I'm going to put this on my videos to consider list for 2026.
Hells yeah! Connect all of motherfucking Atlanta! Connect all of Denver! Connect all of Denver! I want to connect all of Denver!
By the way, you don't have to use Meshtastic on this build. There's also MeshCore, which offers some advantages in efficiency and encryption at the expense of range and ease of use. If you wanted to use that instead, it's as simple as plugging the radio board into your computer via USB and changing the firmware. Unfortunately, there seems to be a whole lot of astroturfing about this because why the hell would anybody be able to enjoy anything on the internet? So it's actually really hard to find objective information between the two protocols. My advice is that if you're new to this and you don't already have a community of friends using it, then Meshtastic would be a great gateway for most users. If it's not working well, the default settings are not for everyone, and there's a whole lot of quick changes you can make in the app that drastically change performance. If you already have a bunch of people that you can locally connect to that use MeshCore, then give that a try and ask them to give you the ideal settings for your area. Just remember, one is not superior to the other, and anybody claiming so is full of shit. The good news is that it costs you literally nothing to try out different protocols, and exploration is encouraged. Anyway, DIY Meshtastic devices would make a fantastic gift for just about anyone, anarchist or not, and hopefully one day.
Oh, what'd you do, you stupid piece of shit-ass fucking cocksucker developer? What'd you do? Where were we? Oh, come on.
Detected devices, which you can choose to give that a try and ask them to give you the ideal settings for your area.
Sorry, stupid piece of shit cocksucker developer thought I pressed the button when I didn't even have my hands on devices. You can see how fucking bad they are.
Is not superior to the other, and anybody claiming so is full of shit. The good news is that it costs you literally nothing to try out different protocols, and exploration is encouraged. Anyway, DIY Meshtastic devices would make a fantastic gift for just about anyone, anarchist or not, and hopefully one day when we've rejected mass surveillance, all of these flock cameras can become decentralized repeater nodes. But until then... I've spent a soul-crushing amount of time making videos on this channel covering flock safety's uncomfortable omnipresence and 50+ security vulnerabilities, but one thing that I never really touched on was how to detect, log, and track hidden flock safety cameras in the first place. Fortunately, a hacker by the name of Colonel Panic, with the help of GainSec, had explored this and came up with a pretty amazing solution appropriately called FlockU that runs on a Wii Spy device, and it looks like this. It would truly be a controversy if I didn't have ESP32 featured somewhere in this video. ESP32 is basically a series of super inexpensive low-power microcontrollers with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity. Most of the libraries are fully open source, and for the few that aren't, there's a large community reverse engineering them to make it so. Depending on where you're getting them, ESP32 boards can cost as little as $5. Or for example, here's a 32-bit dual-core board with an AI camera module that has object recognition built in. It also has a digital microphone, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and battery charging chip. This costs under $20. Generally speaking, if you have an idea for a portable, connectable device, 4 out of 5 times, ESP32 hardware will be what turns that idea into a functional prototype. The Wii Spy device is basically an ESP32 S3 chip with a buzzer and some custom printed PCB. It runs about $22.50 for the 2 PCBs and around $70 for the fully assembled device. And this is a bargain when you consider that, depending on what firmware you're loading on it, it could be a device that exploits unitary humanoid and dog robots, or a radio direction finding device, or a fox hunter, or a drone tracker and identifier that can monitor and log up to 8 drones at once. And of course, a flock safety camera recognizer and detector that uses datasets of device IDs ranging from ALPR cameras to acoustic surveillance devices to detect and log them into a mapped database. And as one would expect, it makes a little noise when it detects a flock device, and it even has a heartbeat sensor to let you know your proximity to it while driving or walking around. What? Oh, there it is. It's easy to set up. Even on Windows, if you have Python installed, you just install Platform IO Core and then set up a virtual environment and then run a Python script that gets everything up and running for you. That actually sounds a little bit complicated, but it's really just like 2 commands and 2 clicks. Then you just head over to your web browser of choice and you have a GUI with various customizations and a map to keep all of your detected devices, which you can choose to share to larger databases like dflock. You can mount it in your car, 3D print a keychain, hook up a larger antenna, or even buy a retro punk rock patch from Colonel Panic with one embedded inside it. I personally decided to go completely apeshit and print out a rifle-like handle for a directional Wi-Fi Yagi antenna that's connected to an alpha network card between the nozzle and the Wii Spy. Now, just to taper your expectations a bit, the flock detection isn't perfect, as the database needs to be updated to catch the most recent camera models, and obviously the device is typically not going to detect a camera until it's in range where it's already visible to you. But more importantly for this list, open ESP32 devices like this not only have plenty of alternate firmwares with new uses, but they're practically screaming to be customized. I can almost guarantee that my Wii Spy will be doing something completely different this time next year. Customizable hardware and open source is truly the gift that keeps on giving.
Let's chat about anarchism.
A frequent narrative with anarchism is a person or a group of people opting to not participate in authoritative rule that threatens their free will. So more often than not, historians refer to notable anarchist communities by how much of a problem those in power had with those communities. A wonderful example of this in history would be the Taborites. Back in the early 15th century, a famous philosopher and motivational speaker by the name of Jan Hus had some reformative ideas about the Catholic Church and was promised safe passage to Prague to share and debate them. And by safe passage, the Catholic Church meant safely tethered to a stake while being lit on fire. This pissed off a lot of Hus's fans, and they decided to move out to the woods and start a little town called Tabor, about 50 miles south of Prague. In this community, somewhere between 10 and 15,000 people, aka the Taborites, created the weirdest flags in history. They also decided that there would be no servants or peasants. Everybody would chip in and have the same opportunities. There would be no taxation, and there would be no property that wasn't collectively owned by everyone. This not only could be the first anarchist society, but the first communist one. The Catholic Church has notoriously never been one to vibe with societies.
That's how we got communism. It's called community. You want to know what the real word for communism is? People don't believe it. They don't want to believe it, but it's the actual fucking truth. Do you want to know what the real word for communism is? Sharing. You share or you don't share. That's capitalism. Communism, socialism, whatever the fuck you call it, anarchism, it's the idea that you should share everything because there's only a finite of everything. Only a finite amount of everything. There's only a finite amount of everything. Water, air, food, whatever it is. Love, money, etc. There's like a finite amount of everything. So we should share. That's what anarchism is. A simple word to sum up communism, socialism, anarchism, sharing. You don't like this, do you? Okay, well.
The Taborites fended off not one crusade, not two crusades, but 5 crusades.
5 crusades, yep.
And what would eventually be known as the Hussite Wars. A cool 100 years after that, a slam poetry performer named Martin Luther was inspired by Janus and Taborite ideas.
Jesus
Christ. And he literally pirated the Bible so unordained people could read it, which led to European Reformation, which more or less ended the Middle Ages and brought in the modern age. Anyway. So like most of us, sometimes you want to know if it's going to rain later today. So you take a quick peek at a weather site or app, and after sifting through nearly 50 megabytes of auto-playing videos, ads, and clickbait, you get to see this. Now, if you didn't want to see as many ads and garbage, most major weather platforms offer monthly or yearly subscriptions. But here's the thing. You already paid for this information with your tax dollars. And for the most part, private weather forecasting is just repurposing and monetizing data from NOAA.
Yeah, all the time I think I should do more weather content. You guys want to do some weather content? Let's go see. Because our tax dollars pay for that all the time. I think that, oh, are you doxing me? You're doxing me. Yeah, you doxed me, you fucking asshole. I hate Google in some ways. Anyways. Weather. Talk to me about weather. A big change in weather is expected in January. 9 hours goes. Mitch West weather. Okay.
Here we are a few days into the month of January. It's been a month.
Hell yeah. Go, Mitch. Let's go. Weather.
Talking about like crazy for the last 2 weeks, just trying to figure out what version of winter this month is going to bring us. So we're here to try to figure it all out. Once again, we're going to go over all the overnight to morning model.
God is good. God is good. God is good. It's beautiful to see it. I think that's actually so cool. God is good. God is good. God is good. God is good.
Guidance. We'll discuss the upper pattern at first, then we'll show you some of these individual model runs. We'll talk about temperatures, and then after that we'll discuss a storm system that we're going to get this coming work week. And really, I want to focus in on Thursday and Friday. There could be a severe weather risk, and there's going to be a winter weather side of this system also, and it can also just deliver a whole lot of rain for a large section of the country. So we'll bring you the details on that and what we know. And then we'll round the
I
video
always
off.
wondered how weathermen did what they did. You guys ever wonder how weathermen do what they do? This is it. I always wondered. I was like, how do they know? And it's because they just track the storm. It's predictable. They know it's moving across. They know what it's doing.
Weather. My name is
where it is, exactly what it's doing. It's not that hard.
It's Sunday morning. Hope you guys are doing well. Subscribe if you have. Like the video if you like it. And if anybody has anything I can pray about, I'll pray over. Please put it in the comments below. I am really behind on comments a few days, but I'll get.
Let's pray for good weather.
Get caught up with everything over the next 24, 36 hours or so. So let's get rocking and rolling this morning. Let's take a look at the latest Euro ensemble. And we're going to start this all off with around late week. So this is Thursday, January the 8th. There's a timestamp up here and there's one over here. So the blue colors you see on your screen, like, let's draw on this a little bit. Like this right here, this is a trough, lower pressure, lower heights, normally brings a stormier pattern and a colder pattern behind it. And then we got sort of the warmer colors, the orange, the yellows, the reds. If you see that pop up on your screen, that's a ridge, higher pressure, higher heights, normally brings somewhat calmer conditions, but more importantly, it brings above average temperatures. So when we're starting the pattern off for later this week, we have a ridge over most of eastern North America. So this is going to bring above average temperatures for that area of North America. And then we got the western sections of North America, all the way up to Alaska, all the way down to the western U.S. with lower heights. So we're getting a cooler pattern and more than likely a stormier pattern. And kind of right in between this is where our energy is going to come down and kind of eject across the middle of the country. So right off the bat, just showing you this, we're probably, you can already see how there could be a stormy pattern across the middle of the country. Energy kind of comes down at the base of this trough and then ejects like this. Now, is it going to go more so over here? Is it going to go kind of more so over here? We'll have to figure that one out as we move over the next few days. But we're going to continue to move past that time frame. We'll get detailed on that storm system signal here right in the middle of the video or so. But let's continue to move forward. And you're going to see that trough sort of eject across the middle of the country. See that blob of blue? This is getting into Saturday. So the storm system fully moves across the country, gets into the eastern U.S. Now, what version of this storm are we going to have by the time this moves into the eastern U.S.? I'm not quite sure. I do think it'll weaken, but this is going to bring a shot of cooler air, sort of in or above average temperature pattern across the eastern U.S. But after that, our ridge begins to flex once again across the western U.S. after having a trough a few days prior. So we're starting to get, it's about a week from today. And we got a ridge slowly trying to build all the way up into Alaska. We call that a negative EPO. At this panel right here, this is still a positive EPO, so we still got a trough over Alaska, but this is a building what we call positive PNA, which means we have this ridge over western sections of North America. Now, we do continue to have a bit of a block up here in Greenland, what we call a negative NAO, but I would say it's not influencing the pattern that much at this point, but we continue to move forward. We start to get to that time frame of interest, mid-month. We've been yapping about this like crazy. If you've been tuning in to my channel, I can't speak for everybody else's, but the mid-month time frame has been a pivot point and has a lot of pressure now to perform for us winter weather fans, right? But we continue to get into about the 13th, and you see the lower heights appear across the eastern sections of the country and the eastern U.S., even areas of, eastern Canada. And then we have this kind of broad spiking also ridge across western sections of North America, and it's beginning to replace some of the lower heights you're seeing up into Alaska at this point. So a trough begins to dig down to the eastern U.S. now, so this could eventually to the surface bring some below average temperatures. Remember, just because you see blue on your screen, this is the pattern at 500 millibars, not the surface. That's 18,000 feet up in the air. Just because you see blue on your screen doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be cold air at the surface. It takes a while to work to the surface, and just because you have a trough digging down, maybe the cold air source isn't very cold, which is a huge question mark also. But let's continue to move forward. All right, we start to get into about a week from, 10 days from now. So this is Wednesday, January the 14th. Okay, we have a clear signal for a ridge spiking across western areas of North America. Isn't spiking, the signal isn't as strong for a negative EPO anymore. Kind of neutral, little bit of a ridge over areas of Alaska, a little bit of a trough, but it's trying to get up there. We really need this to spike up to Alaska. But regardless, we have a pretty strong signal for a ridge across the western areas of the U.S. In response, we have a trough that digs down across the eastern sections of the U.S. Now you can see how the blue area sort of broadens out down here. Remember, the blue doesn't just mean colder air that follows. This dip in the jets that you're seeing here, this allows cold air to kind of filter down into the dip in the jet in the form of a cold front behind any kind of storm system generated by this trough. If there's really any storm system in general, sometimes we just get a dry cold front with some weak northern stream energy, normally in the form of a clipper or some northwest flow type stuff. But what has my interest is we kind of have the broadening of this blue area, which means that we have lower pressure down here, which means we could have maybe an active southern jet kind of moving into what could be a shot of cooler air. And remember, we don't need well above average temperatures for mid to late January. That's peak climo. Your average highs and low temperatures are at their lowest for any time of the year. So, 5 degrees below average can get the job done depending on where you live, even for areas further to the south. So that's a pretty strong signal. Once we get to around day 10, day 9 to day 11, I would say, for a trough digging across the eastern U.S. And the signal gets even stronger as we move over the next couple days after that. So we get into late next work week. And that's the mid-month time frame, January the 15th. We got this ridge kind of stretching all the way up to Alaska now. We got cold air filtering down to this dip in the jet right here. Do we have any kind of energy kind of diving down the backside of this ridge? Do we have any energy slipping under it right here? And do we have a connection maybe right into here for something? We got to figure that one out. But as we continue to move forward, and I'm going to show these individual model runs here in a second, a concern as we move forward is we have this signal in the real long range, past 300 hours out. And I don't want to just ignore it just because I don't like it, right?
No.
I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be a wishcaster or anything like that.
Really?
But we have a strong signal. I wouldn't call it a strong because it's far out. Yeah. But we do have a signal for a ridge building across the southern tier of the country in the southeast. And this is a real La Nina type look. Nice ridge kind of spiking up to Alaska, negative EPO, but you begin to lose that positive PNA because we don't have any kind of real ridge over this area anymore. We have more so a trough sort of digging in and a big broad trough sort of stretching across areas of Canada, almost all of Canada. So this is a lot of cold air coming down, but to me as a weather nerd, this screams a lot of cold air coming down but having a hard time penetrating to the south. So what does that mean? Well, that means that this entire area of the country gets very cold once again. But all this could shake up. This is not a fully entrenched pattern. And if we switch guns here and we look at, let's see if we have the entirety of the 06 run. We should have most of it. So this is the 06 Euro AI ensemble. What does it show? There's that storm system swinging in. Remember, this is going to start off here in the form of a trough, then it swings across the U.S. We're going to get detailed on this storm system here in a second. But the big blue you see, that's a trough, that's energy in the atmosphere, and it's in the form of a storm system in this case, and a shot of cool air that follows, and then that system weakens, and then there's that big trough signal that shows up about 10 days from now with a spiking ridge. And I hadn't even looked at this run yet. So, that's a classic look at what we call positive PNA, and we even have ridging now beginning to take over Alaska. We got blocking up here, and we got this dip in the jet coming down just like that. We got cold air filtering down to the south in response to high latitude blocking in this ridge spiking up to Alaska. So, that's a strong trough signal across areas of the eastern U.S. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to get a winter storm for the south, but man, that's a pretty strong, that's a decently placed trough axis. Now, you're going to need these darker corridors of blue to kind of be down here, and you almost got that purple shade right there. We're going to need this to dig more for areas to the south. But I mean, that's a pretty nice signal for us winter weather fans for a shot of cold air that comes down here. Coldest time of the year, climo-wise, you know, mid to late January. And I mean, if you showed me this and you didn't show me anything else and you showed me the time of the year, I mean, I would say, okay, we have a shot here. But what are the individual model runs showing? I'm about to show you that here in a second, but you can see some blue showing up here. This tells me that we have some energy working in the southern stream. So if we can get some energy kind of coming down here, cold air coming into the pattern, can we get...
It's kind of cool. It's like watching a magic spell being cast.
Some type of winter storm.
Do you see it? It's like some dude's casting a fireball pretty much.
Into here. We got to figure that one out. We got to connect the dots. But I mean, that's a pretty
it's just pure energy.
Decent signal for a trough mid-month, and we've been talking about that. And then
it kind of seems like a magician to me a little bit, because he's like messing with magic in a way, because to predict it is so difficult. You have to scan out so far until you're looking at the entire country and everything that they know as they compile the data.
It does the same thing.
It's tricky
with what the Euro ensemble does, and it really broadens out.
I mean, it's all just science. It's all just, you know, instruments reading. But it, you know, fucking, you know, thermometers, basically. All it really is thermometers.
Sort of retracts back up to the north.
Millions of thermometers all across the country. Oh, I have to choose. Do it. No. I will die if I go much further, so I'll have to wait.
Earth and kind of extends the trough back this way. Still have a nice ridge up into Alaska. This is still pumping in a lot of cold air, but you kind of have that ridge signature that shows up. Which La Niñas do that. La Niñas can be a front to mid-loaded winter, but late winter, the ridge becomes a big issue. There are some signs that February might not be shot, but it just seems like February has just been a pathetic month for winter weather lately. And we will show you, you know, the GFS ensemble. What does it show? There's that storm system signal, which, by the way, is stronger further east. And it's backed up by the GFS, too. It likes the idea of this just being stronger further east. But after that, you can see there is that trough signature over the eastern U.S. 10 days from now. It doesn't really have a spiking ridge up into Alaska like the Euro AI ensemble does, but I mean, there's something there. Something is there, whether it's just a shot of cold air, cold front, or a storm system, and that's about as far out as we go. Now you can see past 300 hours out, there's that broad ridge showing up for the southern tier of the country. So, to round all that off, what kind of energy are we seeing associated with this great setup that it seems like is showing in about the mid-month time frame? About the 14th through the 16th. Well, you're going to see this big storm system move across the country here. We're going to start off with the central. If you live in the eastern U.S., just skip panels and look at the eastern. Let me know if the timestamps don't show up in the video. I've been having issues with that. So we're getting into the 8th to the 9th of January. So timestamp is up here. It's the 9th. And it's right over here. So we got this storm system moving across the country. We'll spend some time on that here in a second. Okay, but that moves through. Let's get to the time frame that we really just, really broke down there just a second ago. It shows a big shot of cold air diving down on the Euro. This is getting into next week. And 1 week from today, you can see just northern stream energy snow. Nothing to write home about. Just same old stuff we've been seeing all winter. We get, 10 days from now, there's some more clipper action, and we get into no man's land past 10 days. And there's absolutely nothing. There's a juiced up system at the right at the end of the run, but I mean, that's 360 hours out. Then you look at the Euro AI. Okay, there's that juiced up system later this week that we'll break down here in a second. And then after that, cold air follows in behind the storm system. Remember, that's normally what happens this time of the year. You get a big juiced up storm system, cold air follows, trough storm system, cold air brought in by the dip in the jet, the trough itself. So we keep going. We start to get in between day 7 and day 10. So this is Monday, January 12th. Not a whole lot going on, right? And then we get into that time frame we keep mentioning, 10 days from now, a lot of cold air drops down, dip in the jet, a trough. Is it going to do anything? That's some light snow in Missouri.
Maybe tank.
This comes down, and there's some northern stream energy diving down with a trough, digging down aggressively. This is just probably some light rain or light snow. And here in a second, I will show you what these colors means, because you're just going to see grays and greens. It's just equals precipitation. This output does not show us whether it's snow or rain. But then at the very end of the run, you see a lot of cold air dig down and the storm system associated with it, and a big juiced up low pressure at the end of the run. But I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't show much at all. I mean, that is a winter storm, maybe developing, but I mean, it's 360 hours out. And you look at the GFS. What does it show? There's that system that we'll break down here in a second. A lot of cold air follows. I wouldn't say a lot, but colder air follows. We get a week from today, we get into the 12th, we get into the 13th. We get into the 14th, anything to the 15th. Cold air comes down. The GFS 06Z run was actually pretty aggressive, but it doesn't show anything too crazy. At the very end of the run, it does start to tease at some southern stream interacting with some cold air. I mean, that's very close to a southern winter storm, but it just doesn't do it. And then we go and we look at the year for the eastern U.S. And I do want to mention Tuesday into Wednesday, we could have a warmer clipper. I say warmer because there's not a lot of cold air involved. So it's a kind of a mixture of precipitation, and might just be flat out rain for areas that's seen a lot of snow lately. But you know, we start moving to Wednesday, and we could definitely have an event up here in the Northeast. And then after that, we move forward, we get into Friday. There's that storm system we'll break down here in a second. This could bring some beneficial rains across the eastern U.S. And, you know, if you're thinking, oh, man, you went through that way too fast, trust me, I got an entire segment for it here in a second, because I do think that could produce some severe weather. When we get 10 days from now, there's that clipper. There's another clipper, I should say, moving across the Great Lakes region. Could encounter with some energy to the south, not sure. Then we get 300 hours out. And in a nutshell, the Euro just was a terrible run. It was a bummer waking up looking at it. I was like, dude, are you serious? I mean, come on. But, you know, guys, I really want to track a winter storm. I know, you know, some people are just like, dude, we don't want winter weather. But, man, the last 2 years, looking back, man, we were tracking something. And it's kind of boring to enter the New Year period, and there's just absolutely nothing to really latch on to here. But, you know, I'm gonna always keep it real with you. But, you know, we get into later this week, there's a system right there. It's going to deliver some much needed rain, but we got to watch out for severe weather. We'll talk about that here in a second. Shot of cold air behind it. And we get 10 days from now, there's a lot of energy around here. This is that time frame, 10-day period, give or take a day. There's some energy diving down with some cold air, and that is actually some snow just west of the Alps, but it's typical northern stream, just northwest flow stuff. We need to shake up the pattern, do something different. There is a big low pressure off the coast of the eastern U.S. that's close to doing something here. So this run specifically is close to doing something big, but it just does not. It misses the energy connection. There is a piece of energy right here off the coast of the southeast, but it just doesn't do it. Now, if I back it up right here, that is some snow. Like, for example, if I switch this and look at that, you can see that delivers some snow across areas of, I mean, as far south as northern Georgia, northern Alabama, across the central and southern Alps. I think something is going to happen in this time frame. I just don't know what that something is. And we're not seeing any fantasy runs for the deep south. We're just not. You know, but for example, if you do look, let's look at this and back it up right here. See this area of energy off the coast of the southeast? What's the temperatures look like at this time frame? Yeah, I mean, they're cold enough, but you know, there's no moisture getting in them. Man, it's a pretty cold. That's a pretty cold shot of air that comes in mid-month. Nothing record-breaking, but what about the GFS? What does it show? There's that clipper midweek. Here comes the storm system later this week. The GFS is certainly more wintry, further to the east, but not very wintry still. There's the lake effect snow that follows behind the cold shot. Just same old, dare I say, boring stuff. But then we get into that 10-day range, and the GFS doesn't really show anything. It wants to show stuff kind of after that time frame, and a lot of cold air dropping down, and we almost have some connection here. but the GFS loses the low pressure, gets cut off, and doesn't do anything.
BRB.
So to round off all that, there's no fantasy runs to show you, and it's a bummer. Like you keep the key here is, if you're like, why are you so hung up on fantasy runs that hardly ever happen? Well, that's part of the process of figuring out a pattern. Is you see a good pattern showing up when you look at the upper pattern. And when I say upper pattern, I'm talking about this kind of stuff right here. Like you see that, right? And you're like, man, mid-January, that could do something. But at the same time, you do need the darker color corridors of blue to be a little bit further south. But you see something like this, and you think something has to show up on the individual model runs, but they're not. So you look for those fantasy model runs inside that time frame of interest that might be 10 to 15 days out, or 9 to 12 days out. And you pull for these fantasy runs to the point where you start seeing them consistently enough, and then you narrow it down into a time frame, and next thing you know, you've brought this time frame inside the medium range. Then you start tracking it, because then it looks like something is going to happen. You just try to iron out the details after that. That has always been my approach on my YouTube channel, and we just have not done that yet. I think something's going to happen in the 10-day range, and I mentioned over the last couple of days, I thought we were starting to narrow down a storm system for later this work week, and we are. There's going to be something that happens. What is that going to bring? Well, we'll talk about that here in a second. But as far as temperatures, we'll get to Friday here. Eastern U.S. Is going to be dealing with above average temperatures. Warmer colors, warmer than average temperatures. All right, blue, the cooler colors, the blues and greens, below average temperatures. So you see that storm system moves through as we get into later this week, into this weekend. It's going to bring a quick shot of cooler air, nothing too crazy. I mean, just a few degrees below average. And then after that, we can have a cooler period for a more widespread area of the eastern U.S. behind this trough. Okay, and then at the very end of the run, you can see the northern sections of the country starts to get really cold. And then the southern sections of the country start to warm up again because of that ridge signature at the end of the Euro ensemble. So if you look at the 8 to 14 day outlook that runs from the 11th to the 17th, we're back to showing just around near normal conditions. So around average temperatures is what they're saying in this grayed out area, but going for above average temperatures, at least chances at above average temperatures, and the warmer looking colors here, the orange and the reds. The more this turns into a red or dark orange, that's the better percentage chance for above average temperatures. But like I said, I showed you this a couple times. This is the 3 to 4 week outlook. And they do think the northern sections of the country is going to start to freeze up again, especially for the back half of January. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, I'm really confident that you guys are going to get really cold again for the upper sections of the country. And I really think there's going to be a battleground in the middle section of the country. And then the southern areas of the lower 48 just might deal with warmer than average temperatures. So, my take from this is that, we're from all this, the issue that I'm seeing is these troughs are not digging down far enough to the south.
I think I'm good with this now. Just, but just wanted to see the weather.
I mean, famously, it's the second shortest book turned into the longest movie, seemingly because the filmmakers didn't want to leave anything out. Unfortunately though, I think this was a bad decision. The film feels convoluted and weirdly paced. The middle just kind of meanders around the mystery it's trying to build, rather than moving with momentum and purpose. And the reason for why that is quite simple. Books and films are different mediums and therefore require different styles of storytelling. Books have to build up worlds, and in them you get to live and hang out with the characters. You get to read what the characters are thinking in each given moment, and the author has the power to stop, slow down, or speed up time as much as they want with the way they write. Movies, on the other hand, are visual. They're quite often like paintings and photography, in the sense that the imagery, achieved through composition, color, costumes, whatever, tells a lot of the story. There's obviously still a script, but because films are ideally consumed in one sitting, stories are expected to be kinetic, every scene leading into the next and every moment has a purpose. Obviously, on top of all of that, the actors are expected to do the words on the page justice, while with books, the readers get to imagine the story in in a way that's perfect to them. Put simply, when making an adaptation, you can't just directly copy the source material, you have to play to the strengths of whatever medium you're moving the story to. And in my opinion, one of the best examples of a book adapted into a film, conveniently, is Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. But what does this movie get right if getting the plot right doesn't necessarily matter? 2 words: tone and themes. In terms of tone, the book keeps the playful whimsy of the first 2, but often goes a lot darker, with moments like the Dementor attack on the train, for example. In that scene, the book slows down time to really give a detailed description of the look of the Dementor, as well as how Harry feels losing his soul. These writing decisions establish the dark tone, as well as link into the book's theme of fear. The film, on the other hand, establishes the tone and theme through the dark blue color grading, the suspenseful music, the sound of the Dementor, and very cinematic images like the window freezing at Ron's hand or Lupin suddenly waking up. Both these moments didn't exist.
I loved those moments. Yeah, I was like, the Dementors are fucking fucked up
in the book, but these changes aren't a disservice to the story because they only punch up the tone and the themes. Successful film adaptations have a good understanding of their source material's tone and themes, and then they morph the story to fit to the strengths of movies. Now that we've established the 2 main things that a good adaptation needs to keep consistent, we can go back to The Great Gatsby and discuss whether it does those justice. Starting with the tone. What is the tone of The Great Gatsby novel? Well, it's obviously up to interpretation, but I would say the overwhelming emotion is melancholy, especially when it comes to Gatsby and the theme of romance. Everything is just quietly sad, because characters are too in their own world to understand how broken they are, and the narrator, Nick, is too apathetic to console anyone or really face these emotions. You see this melancholic mood in quotes like, "No amount of fire or freshness can challenge what a man will store up in his ghostly heart." The second most prominent mood of the story, I would say, is cynicism or scornfulness. This is primarily because Nick grows to hate the other characters and the Roaring Twenties life so much that every description just has this undertone of hatred and frustration. You can see this in little things, like how Nick describes Gatsby's ambitions to be rich as grotesque and fantastic conceits, or how he sees Gatsby's life as full of ineffable gaudiness. The most on-the-nose moment of this is at the end of the book when Nick says that Tom and Daisy smashed up things, and then retreated back into their money or their vast carelessness or whatever it was that kept them together. Obviously, in the story there's a lot of different tones and moods going on. There's a couple angry moments, there's a couple funny moments, there's a couple cute moments. One sentence can change the vibe of a whole chapter, but I think if we're thinking big picture, A Great Gatsby movie must be melancholic and it must be critical of the 1920s elite, or else the filmmakers are fundamentally missing the point of the novel and they may as well just make a whole different story. Now, does the movie get this right? What is the tone of the 2013 Great Gatsby movie? If I had to describe the tone of the 2013 Great Gatsby movie in 2 words, I would say it's electrifying and dreamlike. Dreamlike counts as 1 word. Something I do respect about this movie is how roaring and exhilarating and luxurious they make these
It was
parties.
really beautiful.
Whether it's accurate to the time period or not, it conveys Gatsby's life way better to modern audiences than the boring period piece dinners you see in other adaptations. However, there needed to be a bit more condemnation with the way these parties are presented, because at the end of the day, the book is a critique of how shallow these sorts of lifestyles are. But ironically, me as the viewer of this movie, I wish I was there partying to Jay-Z with Tobey Maguire. There are a few moments in this film where they attempted to show the negative sides of these parties, but it's so few and far between that these sections feel carelessly tacked on, and they're often delivered in weird, abstract Tobey Maguire narration rather than just showing, not telling. A movie which I think nails the ideas I'm getting at is Babylon. Every party scene in that is...
Yeah, I haven't seen Babylon. I wonder if that's good. I woke up to a party a lot of times in my life. Have you guys ever woke up to a party? I woke up to parties so many times in my life. You ever just woke up at your house and there's a party there? I have quite a lot. This ball is murdering everybody.
is very exciting, but there's so much repulsive debauchery going on that I think the majority of audiences watch it thinking to themselves, yeah, these people are weird, they're not my crowd, which is exactly what Nick is meant to feel in The Great Gatsby. But Babylon manages to convey that feeling without telling it to your face. Now, I'm not saying a good Great Gatsby adaptation needs quite as many moments of urine as Babylon. I don't think a Gatsby film needs Babylon's R rating, but you get what I'm trying to say. In terms of the film being dreamlike, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I do think that the novel has quite an otherworldly heightened reality to it, like how Gatsby's garden for whatever reason appears to be blue, or how Gatsby's first kiss with Daisy is described as an incarnation. But I feel like Baz Luhrmann's overuse of CGI and overuse of solid primary colors makes the film look too much like a fairy tale, which I think works against what the story is about. Firstly, the book is very pessimistic and mature and sad, which comes in direct contrast to the hopeful wonder you expect from a film that looks like this. And secondly, a fairy tale aesthetic prepares the viewer for a story where Prince Charming saves the beautiful princess from the evil tyrant, when The Great Gatsby is actually a very unromantic and unconventional story about an obsessive, ignorant man doing all the wrong things to get what he wants, and ultimately failing because reality can never be like his dream. Honestly, now that I'm looking at it, it's almost comedic how backwards this movie has everything. It kind of feels like this film is an alternate reality version of the story.
I need to reread The Great Gatsby. When I first read it, I was like 10 years old. I've only ever read it once. You know, I've read it once and I was 10.
Gatsby writing it instead of Nick, because of course Gatsby would find these parties awesome and find his creepy quest for Daisy dreamy and romantic. We actually see a lot more of this if we start talking about the themes. The Great Gatsby, despite its short length, is one of the most dense and layered novels ever, so it's impossible to talk about every single theme here, but the most all-encompassing one is the theme of the American dream. Gatsby's whole journey over the course of the novel is one big allegory for Fitzgerald's view of the American dream. Gatsby abandons his family and where he came from to become single-mindedly focused on gaining wealth because he believes it will lead him to happiness, which in this case is personified to be Daisy. Gatsby eventually gets within reach of his wishes, but it all falls apart. He's built up what success would be like so much in his mind that nothing could ever live up to his imagination, and he can't just move on because his whole life was dedicated to this one goal. He ends up becoming shallow, death is something of a relief for him, and the only winners of the story are those who are already wealthy, because they get to live with all these luxuries without any of the work or the disappointment. Fitzgerald in the novel paints Gatsby, as well as anyone who believes in the American dream, as naive and to a certain extent greedy. To be honest, it's sort of impossible for the film not to present any of these messages, since they're so embedded into the story that you'd have to completely change everything to remove Fitzgerald's view of the American dream. However, I do think Baz Luhrmann's interpretation of it is quite curious, because seemingly, whether on purpose or not, this movie ends up a lot more sympathetic to Gatsby than the novel. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with siding with Gatsby. I feel like I'm more sympathetic towards him than the average literature critic, but the ways they altered the story to make you like him more hurt the themes the story is trying to tell. It often changes the tone of scenes, and at the end of the day, the story just loses a bit of nuance and complexity. The most prominent example of pro-Gatsby changes made is the fact that they removed one of the most iconic quotes from the book. For context, pretty much every time Daisy talks, Nick describes how beautiful her voice is. He describes it slightly differently every time because he can't quite place what makes it sound so good. Nick then brings this up to Gatsby's 75% into the story, and then Gatsby's response, to me at least, feels like a gut punch, because instead of walking around the question the way Nick does, he just suddenly says, "Her voice is full of money." This quote can be seen in a variety of ways, but I think the most prominent view is that Gatsby accidentally let his guard down here and reveals why he's actually been chasing Daisy. He first approached Daisy as a young man because he was envious of and in love with her luxurious lifestyle. He lied about his wealth to sleep with her, and then when she went away, it became his life's mission to have a taste of that lifestyle and love again. So he frauded his way to becoming a millionaire to win her back. This love they have may have been genuine, but its foundations are based on greed, lies, and false perceptions of each other. So like all tragedies, it's doomed to fail. Removing this quote removes all of this depth, and I kind of understand why they chose to remove it. It's one of those motifs that work significantly better in a book than on film. In the book, you have all this build-up of every time Daisy speaks, the narration says it's the most beautiful thing in the world, but in film you actually get to to hear her voice, and it's up to the audience to decide whether they think it's beautiful or not. As a screenwriter, you could choose to include tons of lines of people saying, "Wow, Daisy, your voice is so beautiful," but I still think the impact there would be lost because it would feel very forced. I don't want to see this quote go because I'm a fan of the book, but if the film manages to show these themes and ideas elsewhere in the story, then it's fine. But this movie seems to remove every single moment that happens to paint Gatsby in a bad light. Like how he wants to settle down with Daisy, but every time Daisy's daughter appears in a scene, Gatsby acts like a lost child because he lacks all the skills that are needed of a competent parent. Or how in every flashback, Nick's narration is extremely judgmental of Gatsby because he sees the whole persona he has as something that a 17-year-old boy would be likely to invent. And to double down on this view that Gatsby is immature, he says,
I think
"And to this conception, he was faithful to the..."
Baz Luhrmann is always like an addition to whatever his subject content is, and I'm accepting of it, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Final chapter in the book, there's basically 5 straight pages
they have a
of
lever.
Nick
We're gonna
calling up
win.
every single person on Gatsby's contact list, desperately hoping that they'll show up to Gatsby's funeral, but all of them say no. Gatsby had no actual friends. All those huge parties were just a facade to lure Daisy since they made him look cool and popular. All those guests leached off him, and he was so single-mindedly focused on his American dream that he didn't build any worthwhile relationships. The only person that shows up to Gatsby's funeral is his father, which is definitely not what Gatsby would have wanted, because the last time the book refers to his parents, Nick says Gatsby's imagination had never really accepted them as his parents at all. And this father character is just as melancholic as everybody else because he's all like, "Oh, I'm so proud of my son for getting this house. I'm so glad he got a good job and didn't get all his wealth from fraud. I know he abandoned us, but it was clearly all worth it in the end." And right at that moment, when Gatsby's story seems the saddest, Gatsby's father gives Nick a to-do list he found in Gatsby's teenage bedroom, and the last thing on that list is, "I need to be better to my parents," which is a final glimmer of hope in the story, which makes you go, huh, maybe we didn't get the full picture here. Maybe Gatsby isn't as bad as he seems. How beautiful and sad and nuanced that is. I wonder how they did this in the movie.
I rang, I wrote, I implored, but not a single one of the sparkling hundreds that enjoyed his hospitality attended the funeral.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, the film does show the rest of the final chapter in a montage sort of thing, but everything I just talked about is reduced to one line. We don't see Nick calling people, we don't see the to-do list, and we don't even see Gatsby's father. That one line reduces all of that depth to just, wow. All these people really wronged Gatsby, which again is kind of the opposite of what the story is saying. This is an example of filmmakers making a change to the source material that hurts the entire story. I have one final critique which I think brings everything together. That critique is, what is this film doing with Nick? Even though Gatsby is the guy in the title, Nick is the main character. He's not just a narrator.
Like
Admittedly, Nick is very inactive in the actual story. In most scenes, he's just observing or being pushed around. But still, Nick is all over the book because every single description or viewpoint shown is Nick's opinion. And Nick is a very unreliable narrator. He's extremely biased and quietly hateful of everyone, and he says so many conflicting details that it's entirely possible whole chapters of this book are complete lies. The story is just as much of a biased mess as if Gatsby would have wrote it, or Tom would have wrote it. But in the film, Nick is just sat there in every scene doing nothing, except randomly coming in with a bit of narration that we didn't really need. I think the film should have leaned into the fact that this is all Nick's perspective, and should invite the audience into scrutinizing everything he says. One audience member may come out of the story agreeing with Nick about Gatsby's greedy goals, and one audience member may think, Nick, give this guy a break. And suddenly, Baz, you now have people out there sympathizing with Gatsby because they read into your story rather than you having to force feed them your opinion on the book. The part of the novel that reveals the most about Nick's character is his relationship with Jordan, because we see him constantly bragging about his honesty and at the same time hinting at the fact that he's cheating on her. He turns really apathetic about the relationship after like a month, but still continues to say, wow, we're such a better couple than the other couples in the story. And despite this apathy, when they break up, he still says, angry and half in love with her and tremendously sorry. I turned away. What a tosser. Now, I completely understand why the subplot was removed because it's so disconnected from the rest of the story. However, I feel like without it, both Nick and Jordan's purpose just becomes exposition delivery and reaction shots to what more interesting characters are doing. So either include it or find a different way to show off their complexity and characterization, which they try to do with those therapy scenes, but I'm not a fan. The story's momentum really grinds to a halt every time one of those appears.
For somebody who hadn't read the book, I'm sure the movie's really good.
We sit here and talk about this film for like a whole nother hour, but I think you guys get the idea. This movie is just an inaccurate adaptation. But why did it come out like this? Well, that answer can pretty easily be found in any behind the scenes clip of Baz Luhrmann discussing his decisions in the movie. Whenever he is asked about why he removed something, his answer is always something like, well, I had to make the audience care about the love triangle more, or I didn't want to include that because it paints Daisy in a bad light, or if I would have left that in, then it would have taken the focus away from the love story. All of his reasoning is logical on paper, but when put into context, it really seems like Baz didn't get the book, or he got the book but just didn't really care about what it was saying, or he felt like he had to morph the hateful misery of the story into more of a conventional romance drama to appeal to general audiences. I don't know. What I do know is that this film is definitely not the book, but is that necessarily a bad thing? I mean, there must be a way to adapt a story without following the tones or themes of its source material, right? Well, that's most commonly seen with films that are based on
So, how's everyone's day, afternoon, night, dawn? Oh, Sour left. What a jerk. Mercy, leave me alone. No. Mercy, get off of me. No. No. Leave me alone. Why is there a Mercy? Okay. Ouch. Trying to help you guys, sorry. This other night is coming for me heavy. Already one angry gorilla.
Don't listen to him. Mercy! I'm going to rally when I arrive.
What did you stop by? Golly.
I'm going to coalescence here. Doing good, guys. Doing good. I believe in you.
I killed you once. Okay.
Thank you. No! We didn't do it, did we? Nope.
movie yet, so I want to see something faithful before we start getting crazy. And yeah, that's all I have to say. That's the end of the video. I feel bad for barely talking about Tom, George, or Myrtle, but I think me not talking about them should be seen as a compliment, because I don't know what to say. I have no real issues with them. I think their half of the movie is actually quite well written, and all of those actors give good performances. To be honest, I think every actor is good in this movie. However, nobody's in the same league as 1970s Tom. He is the GOAT of the GGCU, Great Gatsby Cinematic Universe. Thanks for watching.
Get the hell out of here!
You don't want to shoot, huh? Looks to me. Are you okay? Hated. What can I do? They bomb my feet. You still got it though.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the NWS, the National Weather Service. Virtually anybody with an internet connection can freely access weather forecasts, warnings, maps, satellite imagery, and radar. If you have a weather fetish, you can feast your eyes on sexy things like convective outlooks and current mesoscale discussions. And it needs to be pointed out that the National Weather Service leads the world in forecasting and warning of catastrophic weather events and data acquisition and analysis. And NOAA is used as a vital asset for forecasting and research by nearly every country in the world. It's truly something that Americans can be proud of. So what happens if one day weather.gov or NOAA.gov is taken offline? Well, since virtually every commercial weather service relies on that data, they'd be bouncing between shared European data and the Farmer's Almanac. Or what happens if there's a mass power or internet outage due to a hurricane or some type of catastrophic weather event? Well, I have some good news. There are 15 NOAA imaging and research satellites hanging out in the sky. And in my case, for the east side of the United States, it'll be up there doing its thing for the next 15 years, whether your tyrannical government likes it or not. And the best part that way too few people realize is a thing is that you can access this data directly from the satellite for as little as $50 if you just want to hold an antenna and get a quick weather forecast, and closer to $190 if you want a permanent uplink that downloads high-resolution real-time data. And that data consists of everything from visible light photography of the entire planet to long-wave reflections to dust and wind analysis. And all of this is unlimited with no cell phone tower, internet, or radio license required. Okay, the first thing you need to do is pick out a satellite. And this is actually way more fun and less confusing than it sounds. There's a completely free and frankly incredible program called Skyroof where you can punch in your location and it gives you a rundown of where they all are, what frequency they're operating on, and when and where they'll be accessible to you. If you're new at this, I'm going to recommend GOES, which stands for Geostationary Operational Environmental Satellites. The key word here is geostationary, meaning that you probably have one somewhere above your head in the same spot 24 hours a day, 365 days per year. The most challenging part of this whole project is going to be pointing a dish or antenna precisely at a satellite, so not having a moving object is incredibly convenient. But once you're comfortable with that process, there's a pretty wide range of satellites that you can track and scoop data from relatively affordably. For this video, I wanted to keep everything as easy as possible and relatively affordable, so I used a new Elect GOES weather satellite bundle that I got for under $200. It comes with the dish, a pole mount, cables, a software-defined radio capable of reaching the required frequencies, and a filter and amplifier combo called the Sawbird Plus. And that little notch filter really does ease the amount of time you would spend tinkering or fine-tuning this project. Quite possibly the most important thing to consider with this project that unfortunately a lot of people take shortcuts on is that if you're planning on setting up the hardware indoors and then running the antenna cable outside, you're going to have a much lower signal-to-noise ratio. The filter or amp needs to be as close to the dish as possible, otherwise that long cable that you're running outside is just turning into a noisy antenna that the amp is amplifying that has nothing to do with satellites. I'm now realizing that this sounds way more complicated than it is when I'm putting it into words. I am running one powered Ethernet cable outside from my computer, and then there's just a daisy chain of things going into the satellite dish. So it's actually very simple. What is not as simple is aligning the dish. Okay, so in my case on the East Coast, the closest and most visible is GOES 19, which is just southeast of me. Head to dishpointer.com and punch in your address and satellite. Zoom in and you'll be able to find a general idea of where you'll be aiming, which will help you decide where to put the dish. Obviously, you want to put it in a place where you have a clear line of sight view of the place in the sky where the satellite is. And write down these numbers and the true azimuth and elevation, as this will come in handy. I used a compass app called Compass. Make sure that you calibrate your phone or tablet first by doing the figure 8 thing and then match up your azimuth and elevation at the location of your dish. In my case, there was a squirrel's nest at the top of a tree just under where I needed to be aiming. At first I used an RF spectral analyzer and then a portable SDR radio and wasted about an hour trying to lock in a signal. Do me a favor and learn from my mistakes, save yourself some time and just get a laptop or an Android phone or tablet and have it run free software called SatDump, as it'll let you know your signal-to-noise ratio at that exact frequency. It's also obviously really handy to have the actual decoder you'll be running while doing the alignment, so you're not wondering if you could have done a better job later. Finally, we're ready to cook. We'll want to load up SatDump's UI, select your SDR, and punch in your GOES frequency, which is frequently 1694.1 megahertz. Then you select your satellite mode, in this case GOES HRIT, and keep an eye on the signal-to-noise ratio down here. Anything above 1 decibel works, anything above 3 or 4 decibel works reliably. Mine was actually pretty bad at first, but it still synced and downloaded images just fine. And if everything went smoothly, you'll be downloading high-resolution images and forecast data within a few minutes. I literally just let mine run overnight so I could build a time-lapse. Beautiful. And if you get super into this and make a hobby out of it, spending a few $100 on a better SDR will give you a much lower noise floor and a higher bitrate, which allows you to connect to other modes that deliver more high-resolution images, videos, and measurements. And really, honestly, the reason that this is such a good gift is because it opens the door to software-defined radio, which is an absolute treasure chest of independently run projects and experiments, not to mention an instant and accessible gateway to explore the crazy and active world of modern radio. By the way, I posted a little clip of this to Instagram and got some messages telling me to check out Save It for Parts, which turns out to be a hugely underappreciated YouTube channel that is a goldmine of projects like this, primarily using objects that would have otherwise been discarded. And if like $200 is too much for you to invest right now and you really want to try this out, there are a whole lot of unused satellite dishes out there that people would love for you to haul off their property. Save It for Parts is the guy and YouTube channel that can show you how to set all that up.
Anarchism.
Back in the early 2000s, I was really sick of January in Chicago, and I had very few responsibilities and a brand new credit card, so I decided to drive to Guatemala. And I took an adventurous route, which led through a lot of morditas, which is a nice word for being stopped by corrupt police and negotiating a fee for your freedom. But there was nothing that could psychologically prepare me for being stopped at a roadblock and seeing a sign like this: Rebels. Jungle Rebels. Admittedly, I didn't know much about Jungle Rebels at the time, but I knew that it was probably not good for my life expectancy. The armed guards at the roadblock asked me where I was headed, and I told them that I was staying in San Cristobal, a nearby city, and they told me that the route on my map wasn't good and drew me a different one. And then they shook my hand and assured me that I was safe and told me to not be anxious about shopping or eating in rebel territory or asking questions, and they just asked that I remained respectful. Unfortunately, their reassurance didn't do very much to ease my anxiety, and I tried to get out of rebel territory as quickly as possible. And that is one of my biggest regrets in life, because I knew nothing about the Zapatista movement at the time, and I definitely didn't realize that I had traveled to an autonomous zone that didn't answer to the Mexican government, or any government for that matter. The Zapatista Army of National Liberation, fueled by the experience of poverty and mistreatment of indigenous people, firmly rejected the North American Free Trade Agreement. This 300,000 plus member community didn't want to overthrow the Mexican government, they just didn't want to be part of it anymore, and they were prepared to fight for this freedom. The 8 Zapatista principles are, in no particular order through my dodgy translation: don't command your community, obey it. Don't impose ideas, propose them. Represent your community instead of speaking for them. This one is the most difficult to translate and explain. Go down and don't go up, meaning that new ideas should always challenge traditional forms of power and take the most vulnerable into consideration. Any Zapatistas watching this, feel free to tear me a new asshole in the comments if I'm butchering this. Construction should always be prioritized over destruction. Everything for everyone, nothing for ourselves. And finally, we want a world where many worlds fit, meaning that you empower the community by recognizing and learning from the struggles of marginalized individuals. It's also important to note that Zapatista communities have always refused help, aid, charity, or any dependence from outside sources. They view their complete sustainability as a vital role in their autonomy. Now, despite being a successfully functioning society without aid, state, police, or participation in global capitalism, if you asked a Zapatista if they were an anarchist, they would likely say no, because it's a European term and they have no interest in being defined by European terms. Fair enough. So in a region teeming with poverty, substance abuse, and drug cartels, even by national standards, how is it that this area of Chiapas remained one of the safest places in Mexico without a single police officer or prison? This is accomplished through community justice. If a crime is committed, there are 3 levels of appeal. Level 1, the local community. If someone commits petty theft, vandalism, or something minor, an unpaid, temporarily elected community agent encourages all parties in the dispute to talk it out and reach a conclusion and a handshake. If there's a more serious crime or dispute that can't be solved locally, a regional group is formed from a rotating body of elected authorities to investigate the facts and propose a resolution. And if that's not working, you go to level 2, a trial. There's no attorneys allowed, there's no court fees. The rotating body of authorities propose a solution that satisfies the victim and the community. And then sometimes level 3, if needed, a punishment, usually in the form of restitution, community service, or re-education, which consists of lengthy private communication with the elders, which I guess is kind of like therapy. And if you refuse your punishment, there's a lot of social stigma, which is actually pretty unbearable in a small collective community. And in the very rare extreme cases, the nuclear option is expulsion. You lose your place in the community and you are free to experience a terrible life as an indigenous criminal in Mexico. This sounds like I'm describing a peaceful utopia, but on day 1 of the Zapatistas declaring independence in 1994, the Mexican government deployed as many as 70,000 troops to Chiapas that used tanks and helicopters to bomb Zapatista villages. And after 12 days of this violence leading to enormous protests in Mexico City, they eased up but remained stationed surrounding the autonomous zones. And also, since the hobby of violently attacking defenseless indigenous villages comes with international outrage, the government started funding paramilitary groups instead that paid and armed